Recording in progress.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order a regular meeting, May 31st of the Planning Commission. And Ms. Dow, could you call roll, please?
Yes, Chair Suma,
Present.
Vice Chair Chang,
Present.
Commissioner Aiken,
Present.
Commissioner Heckman,
Present.
Commissioner Liu,
Present.
Commissioner Reckdahl,
Here.
Commissioner Templeton. Here. We have a quorum.
Thank you so much. I'm wondering if we have any members of the public that would like to speak to items that are not on the agenda.
Have not received any speaker cards or raised hands.
Not seeing anyone in the room. We can move on to agenda changes, additions, and deletions,
Oh,
please.
wait, sorry. Liz Gardner just raised her hand.
Okay, then Liz can go ahead and address us.
Okay.
Hi, thank you. I was having some difficulty getting on the Zoom. I don't know what was going on. It says waiting for meetings, so I'm glad I caught it. Liz Gardner, Palo Alto. This is not part of the agenda, but I really wanted to point out something that I heard a couple of weeks ago when there was a joint meeting between the City Council and the Plan Transportation Commission. One of your commissioners was I guess I'm pretty confused or trying to figure out what his point was when he was speaking to city planning about subsidized housing and pressing on an issue about utilities as being part of affordable housing that the city of Palo Alto is providing. I just want to make a comment that low-income people are really being nickeled and dimed in the city, and getting 15 to 20% off a utility bill is not subsidizing the cost of housing. It's subsidizing the cost of extraordinary energy prices, and that we need to do far more for affordable housing. Another point I'd like to make is that, and I've suggested this before, is that it would be really great to see more understanding and education for the commission around fair housing and the 30% to wages. And I'll talk about this a little bit more later in the evening, but I just really hope that the commission can come forward and just really kind of explain what that point was about the utility bill subsidizing housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner. Do we have any other speakers at this time?
No other raised hands.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll move on to agenda changes, additions, and deletions then.
No changes.
Thank you. And then it's time for city official reports.
Yes, you'll notice in the packet, the crystal ball comes out on that first report about upcoming meetings of the Planning and Transportation Commission. And then just noting that council on this coming Monday will be doing the second readings of a couple of ordinances that the Planning and Transportation Commission saw, the ADU and the firearms ordinances. And also on that date, Monday, will be the rental housing stabilization ordinance. So I don't know if the Planning and Transportation Commission spent time with that one. I'm forgetting. Maybe of interest. There's a couple of other meeting items coming up on June 19th. We have a number of consent calendar items that may be of interest, but not requiring PTC representation. And then, coming up for the Planning and Transportation Commission, we do have a number of items that we are so far not targeting any one of these summer dates as a summer break for the commission, but do let us know if there are meetings that you are not able to attend. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Do we have other reports from staff?
I think Raphael.
Hi, I'm Rafael Arias. I'm senior engineer with the Office of Transportation. Just want to give some brief updates regarding our department. We've received a lot of inquiries about the Middlefield and Lincoln Road intersection analysis. And just wanted to update that we're just putting the final touches on the city's on our project website and finalizing the report. We hope it to be a web page with the report posted in the next 2 to 3 business days. So hopefully by the end of this week. And then we are targeting a community meeting, hopefully hoping for the 3rd week of June. So I wanted to put that out on everyone's radar. Aside from that, we have the Crescent Park neighborhood traffic calming project that will be coming to the next PTC meeting. And that's all the updates I have right now, unless there's some questions.
Colleagues, do you have any questions for staff? I see Commissioner Rectal and then Commissioner Templeton.
I had a transportation question. I've noticed on some stoplights, they're turning left turn green, even when there's no cars there. Is that correspond to the loop being broken, or does that correspond to that we have it set to always turn green regardless of whether the car is there or not?
It could be. I mean, it likely is the detection's probably not working properly. That's what would happen with you would give an automatic call to the phase to come up to give it a certain amount of time.
Okay, so if we see that, we should fill out a 411 request, or
Yes, Palo Alto 311.
a 311. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on some previous threads about El Camino Real and the status of the paving there. Thank you for the updates that it will be the repaving project in toto will be begin later this year after sewer upgrades in the city of Palo Alto. But I also wanted to say that we have had some patches go in South Palo Alto, which are very much appreciated. We're not totally done with those, but some of those dangerous potholes have been filled and some of the very rough surface has been smoothed out all the way down to, I think, Military Way. So there's still a bit more that needs to be done to get past Barron Park and towards the Mountain View Los Altos area. So if there's any influence the city can have on letting the state know that they need to come back and finish the job, that'd be great. And of course, you can always call your state representatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? So I don't see any lights. So we will go on to our first item, which is a study session on to review the draft North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan. And I'm sure staff has a presentation.
Yes, thank you. And our consultant.
Oh.
Sorry. One quick shout out. I will state for the record that I actually live right across the way from the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan, so I will recuse myself and sit out from the ongoing conversation on that. Just wanted to shout that out, like while we're still in.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lutz. Sorry, I didn't see your hand. Okay. All right. We'll see you later then.
Okay, thank you. So our consultant will share his screen with the presentation, and I'll start off and then we'll transition to him. But thank you. I'm Sheldon Ossing, Principal Planner with the city. And as I mentioned, we have our consultant from Perkins and Will that will also present slides. And we also have available members from our transportation staff. Next slide, please. So I want to provide some context here before we launch into the details about how we got here. For a couple of you, you've been on this journey already. But for others, it's maybe newer or you haven't had a lot of exposure to it. So this all started with the adoption of the city's comprehensive plan in 2017 that included a policy regarding establishing a coordinated area plan in the North Ventura area. And the plan was initiated in 2017, and shortly thereafter, goals and objectives were adopted by the council that would provide guidance as to how we should move forward and how the plan should evolve. The council appointed members of a working group that met on the components of the plan to develop alternatives that would be forwarded to the PTC and the council. And in January 2022, the council did endorse a preferred plan with further refinements made late last year. So staff and its consultants took this direction and preferred plan from the council and developed a draft planning document, which is what we're talking about this evening. So all this was going on, we were still accepting applications for development proposals within that area. So those are called pipeline projects. Those pipeline projects don't necessarily have to adhere to the NVCAP. They can adhere to the existing code that's in effect. So most notably, you might have heard about the Mike Spikes location, or the Sobrato location, or there's a project on Lambert, for instance. Next slide, please. So we really want you to focus this evening, if we can, study session objectives, get your confirmation and that the draft NVCAP is essentially consistent with the council's endorsed plan, as well as does it substantially meet the stated goals and objectives from the council? And does it meet the requirements of the coordinated area plans as stated within the municipal code, chapter 1910? Next, please. So we've conducted robust outreach, including workshops, work group meetings, stakeholder meetings. We've had surveys conducted. We've also previously met with the council, the historic board, the PTC, and the Parks and Recreation Commission. We are planning to go to the ARB tomorrow on that. There's some required components of the plan from the municipal code, as I mentioned, that are highlighted here. And these are included as an attachment to the staff report that demonstrates how the plan is consistent with these requirements. So these requirements that need to be in the plan, we can't remove those requirements. Next slide, please. So these are the adopted goals from the council. There's an attachment, again, in the staff report that goes to much more detail about it, that demonstrates how the plan is consistent with these goals. But these goals did provide that guidance that the council wanted us to address in this plan. And so in addition, throughout the plan, the document itself, there are insets that state where the plan is consistent with these goals, just kind of help tie everything together. Next slide, please. These objectives help guide the development of the draft and people that were involved with it. Each step of the way, we've been consulting these objectives to make sure that we're consistent with them. And again, there's another attachment that includes these objectives and how the plan is consistent with that. So next slide. So now I'll transfer presentation on to our consultant, Mark Asnes with Perkins & Will.
Thanks, Sheldon. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, good evening, commissioners. Thank you for having me. As Sheldon mentioned, my name is Mark Asnes. I'm with Perkins & Will. I am the project manager for the consultant team. Thank you for having me. I wanted to start first with just a bird's eye view of the NVCAP plan area today. So roughly 60 acres bounded by the Caltrain rail corridor to the east, El Camino to the west, Oregon Expressway and Page Mill Road to the north, and Lambert Avenue to the south. This entire area is within a half-mile radius or a 10-minute walking distance from the California Avenue Caltrain station. So very much viable for transit-oriented development, transit-oriented community. And some of the most notable sites within the plan area include the Cannery Building on Portage Avenue, as well as the Matadero Creek Channel. And then when we move into the council endorsed plan, we've got this, very aspirational vision that has a series of flexible frameworks that is going to guide intentional growth and investment for the next 20 years. And so these frameworks include a land use framework that allows up to 530 new dwelling units that will allow for a variety of different housing typologies and price points to support Palo Alto residents at different stages of life. We have a mobility network that really advocates for safe, low stress, multimodal streets that seamlessly connects to transit like Caltrain, VTA bus, and integrates into the larger transportation network. We have an ecological framework, which is really supporting the city's climate action plan with a proposed 2.25 acre public park, as well as the naturalization of the Matadero Creek Channel. And then finally, we have an urban design, urban form framework that allows for higher density development along major corridors like El Camino and Park Boulevard, while sensitively responding to the existing context, such as single family homes and the Cannery Building. So this is just some notable highlights, but it is a plan that is aligned with the city's comprehensive plan, really the guiding principles and the policies that are embedded in that foundational document to really help create a transit-oriented, mixed use, mixed income, and walkable neighborhood. So the NVCAP plan document, the document itself, it's about 160 pages, organized into 7 chapters. Chapter 1 is an introduction on the physical and regulatory context. Chapter 2 really outlines the long-term vision for the built and natural environment. Chapters 3 through 6 is design standards and guidelines, focused on public realm, streets, parks, and buildings. And then finally, chapter 7 is all about implementation actions, including infrastructure improvements, capital projects, and funding and financing strategies. So now I'm just going to go into a little more depth on a couple of the key parts of the plan. The first being building heights. As I mentioned, we have an urban design framework, which has established allowable heights that range from 2 to 5 stories. Those taller heights being along major corridors like El Camino, eastern side of Park Boulevard, as well as really intentional sites to help support affordable housing in the long term. The plan requires a minimum of 15-foot floor-to-ceiling heights for new mixed-use buildings to help promote a more inviting pedestrian experience. And as I mentioned earlier, we are also responding to sensitive areas, having lower height envelopes and step downs to make sure we're respecting single-family homes as well as the Cannery Building. From a transition of commercial properties to mixed use and residential, I will say that this land use framework is principally focused on supporting the development and construction of new housing. So therefore, existing commercial properties or properties that are currently zoned commercial will become mixed use upon the adoption of the plan. But we are going to be including grandfather clauses to help support those existing commercial businesses so they can continue to operate as part of this transition in the near term. I'll also say that as part of this new mixed use zone, we are allowing for new commercial uses. However, we are capping at a maximum 5,000 square feet. In regards to the adaptive reuse of the cannery, the NVCAP is very much in support of the adaptive reuse of the Cannery Building. This includes the primary cannery structure on Portage Avenue, as well as the 1-story wood frame office building that's on Ash Street. We do include an implementation action item within the plan document that it directs city staff to explore within the first year after the adoption of the plan, the nomination of the cannery for either the California or National Register of Historic Places or Palo Alto's historic inventory, whatever is deemed appropriate by decision makers like yourself. In terms of ground floor edges, we do have the highest concentration of required retail and active uses located on El Camino as the primary commercial corridor within the plan area. I will say, though, that we are encouraging active uses in other parts of the plan area as well, predominantly on Park Boulevard, Lambert, as well as portions of Page Mill and Ash. We'll also say that the way in which NVCAP document defines ground floor uses, it's a much broader type of term, really allowing a wider range of commercial activities. We have the traditional type of local shops, food and beverage, cafes, but we're also including things like maker spaces, co-working spaces, professional services like a dental office, among others. And then finally, the naturalization of the Matadero Creek. We really envision this as being a fully naturalized 100-foot riparian corridor that really can achieve multiple objectives. We see it as being an opportunity to bring new habitat areas into the NBCAP. We can create and engineer a channel that can mitigate a 100-year flood event. We can also integrate new recreational trail opportunities. All of this within a 2.25 acre new public park. So a lot of opportunity there to really create a new dynamic and vibrant community space. So with that, I'm going to pass it back to Sheldon.
Thank you, Mark. So this is a table that's in the plan documents, a requirement of the municipal code for coordinated area plans. And it's a crosswalk table that shows the connection between the plan and how the plan is implemented in the zoning code. So the left column identifies some land use designations within the NBCAP, for instance, the high density mixed use. The next column talks about the anticipated density for that type of land designation. So it's not a low or high, it's just a range that we are anticipating. We're kind of anticipating how the state is coming down on density. So we don't want to state whether it's a low or high. It's just what the market would kind of bear within the other development standards for mostly form-based code, for instance. So the maximum height, that's a standard 55 feet, as Mark had said, is the highest that we'll see in this area. Then they have the floor area ratio, which is for the high density mixed use 3.0. You know, that's a very comfortable range to accommodate some of that density. And then on the far right would be the allowed zoning districts. So these are completely brand new zoning classifications that would have it in the zoning code. So we are going to follow up with a study session in the future with the Planning Commission, where we will debut some of these zoning permitted uses and development standards. Next slide, please. So there is environmental review for the project that's required. It's ongoing right now, so it's in a very draft form. We are preparing a supplemental EIR that tiers from the comprehensive plan, and we have completed the notice of preparation step. So we are now in that phase of drafting the document, and we do anticipate that the release of this will be later this summer. Next step. Next steps. For the project, we are conducting study sessions right now, PTC tonight, ARB bright and early tomorrow, and then HRB next week. Along the way, as I mentioned, that we are anticipating subsequent follow-up study sessions with the PTC and the ARB, and then we will release the draft EIR this summer. And we'll get all the comments from the public as well as the different boards and commissions, and start preparing the final draft of the NVCAP in preparation of an action meeting with the PTC, so we can forward a recommendation to the council later this year. Next slide, please. So with that, we'll just kind of wrap up and get you going on your discussion and questions for us. Again, we're seeking confirmation on whether the project is substantially consistent with the endorsed plan, with the goals and objectives, and meets the requirements of the coordinated area plans. So I would suggest we have attachments. Maybe that's the low-hanging fruit, is to check out those attachments and confirm that those that we are consistent with these three. And then I'm sure you have questions about the plan as well. So with that, I conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Would you like to go to clarifying questions first, or we can ask if there's members of the public or public? Okay. Or Commissioner Heckman, did you? Okay. All right. Let's do clarifying questions first. So, and then we will go to members of the public. So who would like to go first? Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. It's really exciting to see this project moving forward. I used to live in Ventura and was a very early member of the working group. The questions I had, there was a few things in here, and I didn't mark them all, but that were, I think that there are details that are provided, but maybe outside of what you're asking us tonight. And so I just wanted to clarify that. For example, your diagram of El Camino has bus lanes. That's extra, like this beyond this project, right? Could you clarify about that?
Yeah, I don't believe we're doing any improvements along El Camino Real. Like that's Caltrans facility. So that's correct. But it'd be good to know if we're putting something that maybe is inconsistent. It'd be helpful.
Well, I would say personally, though it's not agendized, I would love to discuss what to do with that currently parking lane. And I'm not sure if bus lanes are the only thing I want there. So hopefully we'll have an opportunity to discuss that with Caltrans, but it'd be great to look into, for example, we've been hearing people talking about bike lanes there. We've been talking about, especially if you're making it a retail area, if the parking's gone, what do we do about that? That's possibly something to speak to tonight if you feel comfortable. And then, generally sidewalk improvements. I don't know if that's city or Caltrans, but if we're going to make it a retail area, we want to be able to walk maybe 3-4 people abreast. So we need to figure that out as well.
Yeah, I think one thing maybe we could suggest is we do have an implementation chapter. It could be a good parking lot of things that maybe we want to explore.
That'd be great. I like that idea. So some things to flag for future discussion.
Right.
Excellent. Okay. I'll pull my thoughts together on that, but generally it's good to hear what the boundaries are, what you're looking for. Thank you.
Commissioner Rectal.
I have a question about on packet page 161, the mobility hub. Can you talk about the mobility hub? Is that privately owned land? Is that on the city street? Would that be city land? How's that going to be implemented?
Thank you. I may need to look to Sylvia or ShrewPath or transportation people about the mobility hub. So who's best, Sylvia?
Good evening, Commissioners. Sylvia Starlack, Transportation Planning Manager. I'm not super clear on how we would do that. I think they're kind of a new-ish thing for us in the States. So I don't have a clear answer. But the concept of co-locating all the various shared mobility, zip cars, scooters, bike share, when we eventually get those here, I think makes a lot of sense for what this.
Yeah, it sounds like a really good idea, right? Between EV charging and things like that, but EV charging takes a lot of area. And so I'm not sure if you could fit that just on the parking lanes. And would you need actually a parking lot to have all this stuff? But some implementation details would be really good.
Yeah, it's still very conceptual in my head about how we would do it here. But I think that we will see over time that they will show up in various different kinds of configurations based on whatever land is available. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions at this, Commissioner Heckman?
Thank you. So one of the places we're being asked to provide feedback tonight in the staff report is to sort of comment on whether the plan meets the code requirements for coordinated area plans. And I just wanted a little bit better understanding of that as we talk about the plan tonight. So, because I haven't read the municipal code on the specific requirements, but I was imagining that one of the requirements is that the plan has to be consistent with with our general plan.
Yeah, the requirements are, thank you for the question. Packet page 205 is an attachment that details what those are. So like, for instance, the first one is like the distribution. I think it's like shows the distribution, location, extent of land uses. And so what we're saying is that chapter 2, the vision, kind of goes to detail about that, and therefore is the consistency on that.
Okay, thank you. And I'm looking at 205, and it's described as consistency with, right? Okay, so we're citing to the municipal code, right? That's municipal code chapter 1910.
That's correct.
So And part of the staff report actually talks about, in terms of consistency between this cap, this plan, and zoning, we're actually going to do some dovetailing, right? You're going to actually adopt some new zoning to better cross connect everything. So I get the relationship between the NV cap and the zoning, because we will fix that. But what I'm looking at is, and I mean, I think the rule is, since the general plan is the Constitution, the NV cap has to be consistent with our comp plan.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm looking at chapter 1910, and maybe our city attorney can clarify any things. I mean, in general, I would concur that, yes, we need to have some consistency there. And definitely when we do zoning amendments, we have specific findings to be consistent there. But maybe Albert, you can kind of clarify regarding the commissioner's question about consistency with the comprehensive plan in conjunction with our municipal code here.
Yes, so the NV cap does need to be consistent with our general plan.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Chang. So I asked this a little bit in pre-meeting before, but I think hearing from Mr. Osnes, it makes me want to clarify a little bit more. So Mr. Osnes mentioned that there's a portion of the NV cap that says that within a year we could, that it recommends that we apply for historical recognition for the Fry's Cannery building. But we, separately, because the Sobrato project is a pipeline project, it appears that the changes that are being proposed would render that building ineligible for, if I remember correctly, ineligible to be listed on the California Register of Historic Places. So given that it doesn't seem like it's a possibility any longer, does it still make sense to make recommendations that seem moot in the NV cap? And same thing goes for the point about adaptive reuse of the cannery building, because we're not really going to be, we found in some of the investigation for that pipeline project that adaptive reuse isn't really possible. So, and I know that, the timing of the NV cap plan and the timing of the pipeline project were such that we are where we are, but does it make sense to approve an NV cap that's kind of not relevant?
Yeah, I mean, thank you for that question. And I think you're starting to hit where I was going to answer a little bit about the timing of it. This has been a community-based plan from the beginning, and people spent a lot of time on it. And so we weren't sure about what project would come first, or whether the development agreement would dissolve and go away. So I think rather than planning for the Sobrato project, we're moving forward with what the community and the council wanted. And it may be the case that the plan gets adopted and development agreement goes into effect, and maybe some things are just moot, as you're saying, for a certain period of time. I think the development agreement might have a certain period where you can't do zoning changes, for instance. So I think that's what it really comes down to.
I would just add to that as well. The Sobrato project looked at adaptive reuse for residential uses, and that's where the staff investigation concluded that it wasn't feasible to have residential uses in that building while maintaining the primary historic features. But it is, I think it hasn't been explored whether there are other uses that could result in adaptive reuse of the building. And I would also note that that project is still in the process. It has not been approved, and it's possible that it does not get approved, in which case the NV cap plays a very important role for that site.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. That's helpful clarification. I don't see any more lights at this time, so we can go on to public comments. Do Do we have people in the room or online?
We have one raised hand on Zoom. Liz Gardner would like to speak for this item. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, I'm glad we're still discussing the NV cap, and I did want to note on a personal level that this started in 2017, and our community at that time in California. Personally, I was dealing with a family tragedy, so I came kind of late into the NV cap planning, early days, but we've really suffered since 2017 with a lot of California fires and COVID. So people are just really catching up to this plan. I just wanted to throw that out there. But what I'm not hearing a lot about is area floor plans, how many units, yet what about the vision of the acreage being a landscape of a cultural landing where a diverse and varied population of people residing here would be accessing this? And VCAP, how does it connect with the housing element and the difference of that and the general plan? This community-based plan, you keep talking about the community, but many since 2017 of the heavy hitters have been members of the North Ventura Neighborhood Association. So I'm not sure what this adaptive reuse not being used. I'm wondering if this is also maybe just another word for downzoning MR30 site that the City Council had approved in 1996. I'm very close to this project. I think it's a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Palo Alto to really embrace housing in a very equitable quality, all lives, all ages, all abilities, all incomes. Okay, so Sobrato, thank you for donating or giving over an acre and a quarter to some very low income housing. But what I'm really seeing, and that's on the Fry site, is there really is not an understanding of there's this very rich portion and then maybe this very poor portion. How is that equitable across all income levels? So there's a real vision here, and I think we just need to keep really plugging away at this and really making it a national, statewide Bay Area leader. There's a lot of value, historic, cultural, economic. It just doesn't have to be profits. This can be housing, homes, businesses for people, not profits. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we have more speakers.
Yes, one in-person speaker, Lauren Bigelow.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Lauren Bigelow, and I am the Board President of Palo Alto Renters Association. Some of you may recognize me as something of a frequent flyer, as I've spent the past 7 years focused on administering, advocating, and researching affordable housing in Palo Alto. I feel like NVCAP and I have that in common because we've been working on affordable housing in Palo Alto for quite some time. So I'd like to say thank you. I know that this has been a long and hard road to get to today. There are days when it probably doesn't feel like it, but it's worth it. NVCAP gives us the opportunity to get back to the Palo Alto we once were, which is innovative and productive in terms of building affordable housing and able to be accessible to a diverse group of people. This draft is absolutely steps in the right direction. 530 new dwelling units, near transit and amenities is exciting. I also appreciate that staff is explicitly trying to be understandable to people who don't have master's degrees in urban planning. These are all wonderful things. And I'm specifically here to say that renters do care about the development of housing, particularly development that is affordable. I look forward to your discussion tonight, and I hold out hope that we can get back to Palo Alto being a place that is accessible for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have more speakers?
No, I think that's it.
Okay, thank you very much to our public speakers, and we'll take it back to the commission. Who would like to go first? Nobody? Okay. Well, I'll say a few things then. Oh, Commissioner Heckman? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much to staff. Many of you may know that I was on the NVCAP, so it's been a wild ride. So thank you very much for coming up with this. I did have some general observations, and some of my questions were already answered. And I would like to start out by thanking you for the improvements to bike and pedestrian that is being planned for Park Boulevard. So I understand, and I think I'm correct, that removes parallel parking from the street to accommodate safe bike lanes and separated pedestrian lanes also. So that seems like a real step in the right direction to me for that. I'm not a bike rider myself, but I know that safety really needed to be improved there. When it comes to limiting office, except small office at capping out at 5,000 square feet, I really appreciate that. I wish we could actually specify as well that it be for neighborhood serving uses or some of the active uses that aren't retail that you mentioned, that we could specify that, because there is still going to be a lot of general office for a very long time in this neighborhood, which makes it a pretty different kind of neighborhood for Palo Alto. So that was one of my general ideas. When it comes to PF zones, I think it's entirely appropriate to have 100% affordable housing projects there. My reading was it wasn't limited to that, but would be for market rate projects also in PF zones in the NVCAP area, which we really only have one. But my opinion is it should be for 100% affordable projects in a very general sense. And I think I'm hoping we can find a way to get a good mix of unit size here, because family size units are very, very important to create in Palo Alto. They're very important across California. I think a lot of you may have been reading about new census data and housing issues in California. And statistically, it appears the largest group leaving the city are people who need to find family size housing, or single family homes are more desirable. And that kind of single family home zoning is pretty much maxed out in the Bay Area. So then next thing I think we look to are condos and townhouses. So I don't know if we can emphasize that anymore in the MVCAP, but that would be an important thing for me. I do note that I did a little investigation, and we have a lot of housing units already. I'm searching for my paper. In the approved or pending in the area, about 461. And if you take the housing element sites and don't duplicate using those, that's another 110 in the NVCAP area. And not that all those pending projects will happen, but that would put us at 571 right now. So I don't know. I just thought that was interesting, and kind of wondering how the housing elements, and I think one of my colleagues may have mentioned this, how the housing elements and the NVCAP goals overlap, or what the nexus is. And I do believe the Fry site, as originally imagined as all housing because of the RM30 zoning, would have produced way more units than the 530 that council wants. So that's not a definitive statement. It's just me kind of thinking about how many units we're going to get there and what kind. So those were some of my thoughts. And then I think, encouraging on ground floor where we're not requiring retail, encouraging active uses. I find that encouraging is often a kind of a weaker word than requiring. And since active uses are much broader than retail, much broader, I think if that's what we want there, we should not encourage it, but maybe require it. I have so many different papers here, sorry. Let's see. And then I'll ask two questions that are on packet page 136. 6.1.3, step down to density residential, and then 6.1.2, plus 33 feet for affordable projects. I think I just wanted to clarify exactly what that looks like across the NV cap.
Okay, so I'm thinking you're citing a page that's in the NVCAP document.
Yes.
What's the small number on that? Because I didn't print out the packet for that.
It's packet page 136, I think.
So page 106 in there. Got it. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
I print out every other page of the packet, but not that document. Okay. So I think for building heights, we know that the city does have objective standards already that require transitions and step downs and step backs. So projects would be required to adhere to those objective standards. Otherwise, they would have to go through a discretionary process. That's pretty standard for any project. So the idea is, for instance, example would be any property along El Camino Real, and behind it you have those single family homes. We wouldn't expect to have like a 45-foot building right up to the property line. There would be some setback and step backs that would adhere to like a daylight plane and allowing for sunlight to kind of go through. So we understand there would be a transition there. So it wouldn't just be a straight block of building.
So forgive me if I'm forgetting some of the changes we made in objective standards. So we maintained daylight plane, but we got rid of the transition zone that prescribes a distance between the two in addition to the daylight plane? Or did we do that across the city for objective standards, or are we just doing that here?
In this case here, we understand that there is a distance. I think it was like 150 feet.
Yes.
Right. So these properties along El Camino Real are 150 feet deep. And what we asked the council to do is consider some additional height there from 35 feet, which is in the code, to 45 feet. Right. So that is a difference that you see here specific for these properties.
Oh, okay. I'm perhaps not understanding. So how far will they be from the property line at 45 feet? That's what I'm trying to get at. Is there still we've come to call it the transition zone. Is that still in play?
We have the step downs and the daylight planes that are in effect.
Okay. So is there no standard distance from a lower density residential? There's no standard distance that the 45 feet can be other than the daylight plane?
Not in this case.
Okay. I'll jump in just because you had mentioned citywide. It's not really citywide. The objective standards that were reviewed are applicable in certain zones. For instance, the SOFA, we're aware during the housing element, it doesn't apply there yet. But certainly in the CDs, types, commercial zones, CSN, those are spelled out in those zone districts.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that correction. And so this is consistent with the other zones across the city that objective standards, it's the same standard as the other zones across the city that those standards apply to.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I made that so painful. Um,
And I think you had a question about the 33 feet.
Yes,
Right. So that refers to under state law density bonus projects. If they evoke that law, they can get height up to 33 feet above the base zoning district. So what we have here is many of these properties, for instance, on page 107 is a good example. So you look at those numbers there, and if a project comes in and a property that can be up to the zoning code 55 feet and they evoke the density bonus law, or in this case, we're trying to implement our housing incentive program to the same extent, they can have an additional 33 feet. But they're giving us more affordable housing, right, for that.
so all the buildings on the building heights on page 107, which range from 36, I don't think that matters, but in the purple, so 45 to 55 feet, they could all be 33 feet more than that.
It could be if they meet certain criteria, right? So in the case of that'd be 100% affordable housing project for if they're using the housing incentive program.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So when you say 100% affordable housing, how is affordability defined in that case? Because on our, in our definition for the NB cap on packet page 198, it defines it as 80 to 120% AMI, but in order to get the state affordability, the state density bonus for 100% affordability, how is that 100% affordability defined? What's the AMI required there?
It's up to 120% of the AMI.
It's still 120%. So we could have all 120% AMI and then things could be 33 feet higher than what we allow.
Correct.
And then in that case, is the daylight plane standard still required for the single family, the low density residential area?
It would not be.
It would not be?
It would not be.
Go ahead, Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I just want to chime in on the discussion that you were leading here, because I think the feedback you're getting here, Mr. Ossing, is that the diagram on page 107 is incredibly misleading and does not represent edge cases. Like, what if it was all 100% affordable housing? Are we going to, cut off daylight for everybody on the other side of Alma?
Yeah.
And what about the people on Pepper and Ash? I've spoken to those families and they're very concerned about not being able to see light in their backyard. So I think it would be nice or helpful or create a stronger feeling of trust with the city if we were to have multiple scenarios of what this could look like. Probably there's no scenario where it's all 100% affordable, but we do need to understand that, because I think you're looking at a bunch of surprise people right now. Thanks.
Yeah, and I will say, I'm not sure the council, well, I can't speak for the council. I wonder if they understood that meant what we're approving here are basically 90-foot tall buildings that may or may not abut other 90-foot tall buildings or single-family homes or townhomes, low-density residential, that have no true affordability as far as I can hear the community feels, because 120% does not represent true meaningful affordability in this market. So I would, that is truly, truly unfortunate. And I understand staff's hands are tied by the state, but still, I think we should make it very clear to people what we're giving away for basically very expensive, new, over 100% AMI units. And I'll leave it there and go, I'm not sure who was next, but I'll go with Commissioner Reckdahl and then Commissioner Heckman.
Okay. I have a couple questions here on packet page, both 16 and 66. They have the same table twice. It talks about the zoning. We have the NVPF. And why don't we just make that PF? What's the distinction between NVPF and PF?
Right, thank you. So the NVPF does include an approximate 1 acre portion that would be the 100% affordable housing site. So that's across from the cannery.
Okay. So what is the difference in zoning between NVPF and PF?
Specifically, it would allow for that 100% affordable housing project.
Okay.
So I think otherwise a PF is like a public facility.
Okay. So apart from that 100% affordable, it would be equivalent to PF.
Right, yeah, it'd be open space. So adjacent to that is the Montero Creek and the open space.
Okay. And then on packet page 199, let me get the actual page number. This would be, they don't have page numbers on there, but where they have the table comparing the preferred plan to the draft plan. And we talk about office. On the preferred plan, it said would allow new ground small professional office. And so it limited to small professional office. And on the right, that limitation was taken away and just says office space. So is there a particular reason, or is that just inadvertent? This, I guess, attachment D would be the.
Got it. Just understanding the question.
So yeah, middle of the page.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we were at the time thinking about potentially amortization of space and realized that was very, very complicated to do. So we're kind of saying the same thing between the two, I think, because we're saying there's some new office that's being allowed and very limited. We are allowing the existing space to continue. So for instance, like Cloudera and their building, that could continue until a point where they deem that building is no longer feasible. And once they make that switch and they submit a development application, it needs to conform to the NVCAP, which would be residential with some very limited ground floor.
Okay.
That they could do.
But so then on the table, on the right-hand column, why does it just say limited office space and not limited small professional office? Yeah, I'm echoing Chair Zuma's concern is that, about this being resident serving, neighborhood serving office.
Yeah, we could certainly take that feedback and include it
okay.
as commercial, like neighborhood serving, as you're saying. I think one of the things that which you'll see in the next study session meeting where we have draft zoning, is that, for instance, medical office, it has to be appointment based. So we could do something similar in Word. So it's not general office. It's maybe it's appointment based type of offices. So we get that foot traffic in there.
Okay, yeah, because three of us were on the NVCAP, and correct me if I misinterpret this, but through the three things that I really remember that the working group and the neighborhoods really wanted was a commitment to housing, prioritize housing over office. The second thing was a commitment to affordable housing. And the third was to make it very livable and bikeable and quality of life. And so those were things. And so this now having professional office, having a dentist in there, they were supportive. Having a cafe, they were very supportive of that. They weren't supportive of having tech offices or something like that. They didn't feel that would complement the neighborhood nearly as much. And another thing that's mentioned in here is the grid structure. And they were very concerned about cut-through traffic. I mean, right now, Page Mill and El Camino is a mess, that intersection. And right now, if you go on Pepper in the morning, you see cut-through traffic all the time. And I'm happy that they have, at least they propose making Ash one way there. That would be very helpful. But having a full grid structure kind of is very dangerous because I think you would get a lot of cut-through traffic. And what the working group really liked was allowing a grid structure for pedestrians and bikes, but having bollards or stoppages so cars can't go through. Cars can go into the neighborhood, but they have to reverse and go out. And so when we talk about the grid structure, at least from the working group in the neighborhoods aspect, there's a big difference between a grid structure for peds and bikes than a grid structure for the cars. And so that I would want to see something clarified about that and not necessarily have unlimited car access to that neighborhood. And then finally, back to that first table on packet page 16, they talk about the mixed use and they list FAR limits, but they don't specify what percentage of mixed use could be office and what percentage could be housing. Is that just a work in progress? Do we have an idea what we would be, what FAR we would allow for housing, what FAR we would allow for?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's more specificity to that. As I mentioned, the follow-up meeting will have that. I mean,
So we'll flesh that out then.
You guys will want to spend some time with that. We're actually introducing that to the ARB tomorrow, but I don't even think they're even going to tackle that as well.
They're not going to tackle
I think
the numbers or just?
Yeah, I think they're going to tackle the same issues that you are, but more specifically to design. We did include in their packet the draft of the zoning, but I think there's just not going to be enough time for them to tackle that. So we will have a subsequent meeting with them as well.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Heckman?
Thank you, Chair. So I've got mostly questions in this first round, and then I'll yield and come back. I got some comments for a sort of second round. So I want to start by picking up on something the chair and vice chair and one of the commissioners mentioned, and that's this, the 33-foot bump mission. And so I guess the first question I had is that's not a brand new state law. It's been in existence for a while. Is that right?
Right. There's been a lot of clarifications to it over the years, but that is true.
And how many of those qualifying projects that got a 33-foot bump have we had approved or built in Palo Alto? Any?
Yeah, so this particular provision of density bonus law that provides the extra 30 feet is, I think, maybe 3 or 4 years old. And we have had one project that took advantage of it, and that's 3001 El Camino, and that was just approved.
Okay, and does staff know how tall that's going to be?
I don't.
Okay, all right. So I really, why I'm asking that question is I think when we look at this diagram on page 107 or packet page 137 that shows the max height not calculating, not including 33 feet, with the concern being the daylight plane, I think, you know, if you want to avoid the risk of losing that daylight plane, then along El Camino, you're going to be at 12 feet, right? Because 12 plus 33 gets you your 45. And then, you know, down farther south, you can go up to 22 feet and, you know, back along the railroad, 22 feet. And that wreaks all kinds of havoc with the potential units that you need in this area. And so really, I was asking the question about what's our experience with that state law is that while we can look at a worst case scenario here, and you can add 33 feet to all of these figures, the reality is it's not that easy to build 100% affordable housing. There aren't that many people do it, and it's not going to happen throughout here. So maybe as this travels through the process, and you've heard the concern of a number of the commissioners, we can maybe get a more sense, sort of a realistic sense, because we're projecting, right? This is our plan that is, you know, going to guide the development of this area. So I think it would help us to have a sense of, you know, realistically, you know, will we see 3 or 4 affordable housing projects in the NVCAP area? Will we see 10? It's a little difficult to predict, but cities are starting to have experience. And so I think some information like that would be useful to us. So that was the first item. The other questions I want to ask really are tied to the table 3, which is on packet page 62, page 32 of the NVCAP. So this NVCAP is contemplating the additional of 530 residential units. The City Council earlier this month has approved the new housing element that's headed to the state, to the HCD shortly, and hopefully they will find it in substantial compliance. But in whatever happens, we're going to have that housing element in place before the NVCAP is approved. So the question I have on residential unit is in that housing element that the council just approved, how many new residential units are forecast for this NVCAP area?
So my understanding and working with the housing element team was that there are opportunity sites that are located within the NVCAP, and those remain consistent. And so the plan is consistent with those numbers and what we're projecting.
Okay, so when this comes back to us, I mean, because at that point we're going to actually be required to make a recommendation on a finding of consistency to send to the council. And so I think we'll want to look at that. If, for example, so we've got 530 units in the NVCAP. If the housing element only has 430 units, does that make it inconsistent, or is it okay? If the housing element has 630 units, does that make the NVCAP inconsistent, or is that okay? So I think when this comes back to us, we're going to need to understand. All right.
Bart, can I chime in there? On packet page 50, they say that the housing element has 15 properties on this area, and unit yield is 348. Upper right of packet page 50? Packet page 50, upper right. Okay. They talk about how many, there's 15 properties and it's 348 units.
Okay, so again, I don't want to dig too deep in this because this is a study session, but that's the kind of thing that we have to look at, because if our NVCAP actually has a higher figure than our housing element, I don't think we can get there. I don't think our housing element, because it's our general plan, you can't overbuild your housing element. I'd be concerned about it. So we need an answer to that. Now maybe the answer is just it's a citywide number. That the housing element is 6,087 over the city, and that's malleable, and so maybe there is consistency there. But it is something I'd like to understand when you come back. The other items on packet page 62, the office square footage is actually proposed, projected to be reduced by 278,000 square feet. And the retail square footage is projected to be reduced by 7,500 square feet. But we have contemplation in the NVCAP of new office, limited, I think, to 5,000 square foot spaces. And, we're building the first floors, at least along El Camino, to accommodate retail with 15-foot high first floors. And so are we thinking that a lot of, to make room for all this residential density, a lot of office will go away, but there will be pockets where we're going to actually add new office where office isn't today. Is that the concept?
Right. I mean, big picture, when we were developing the build out scenario, there are various assumptions that we have to make regarding like the size of the units or how much commercial could be sustained in this area. And there are opportunity sites, as we mentioned, that are ripe for development. Those would be the first ones to likely go, and there are other ones that likely stay. So as you're noticing that, yeah, the office goes down and commercial goes down to make way for the residential development, because it's predominantly a residential plan.
Okay, all right. And then with the retail going down, even though we're planning all this built stuff, I was thinking really maybe what that's reflecting is we've got a big box retail space right there now, right? That Fry site. And if that's no longer retail, then that's a big reduction. And now as we're adding these retail sites on the first floor, we're building back up. We just don't quite get back to the current 1,100, 111,000. Is that really what's driving that?
That would be the case.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions this round. Thank you.
Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. A couple of reflections on Commissioner Heckman's comments. So first of all, the whole marigold section here.
Marigold.
On packet page 63, plan number 33. So the one we were just talking about, there's 3 different colors of yellow, right? There's camel, marigold, and I don't know, a daffodil, whatever you want to call it.
Melon.
Melon. There you go. Anyway, so this block that was Fry's, and that's not all retail. There's a lot of office space there. So I think that's also partially explaining where the office space is going. Have worked in 2 different offices in that structure, and I can tell you it's wonderful to see that we may be turning it into housing instead. The other comment you brought up about how realistic is it really that we're going to build this stuff? The example that you gave, Mr. Ossing, isn't that Mike's Bikes, 3001 El Camino?
I believe that is, yes. Yes.
Yes, and that is in the plan. So not only is it likely, it's happening. So we don't know how many more of the projects that are going to apply will get that designation, but that should be reflected in the diagram.
And if I may interject, I think that is a truly affordable, all affordable project at if I recall, 30 to 60% AMI. So it's a very different thing than providing the same bonuses and deviations from our code and the impacts associated with that than it is for 120 AMI.
Oh, okay. That's fair, but it's also not going to make a difference to the people who never get to see the sun in their backyard anymore, right? So we do have to balance those considerations. I'm not saying it's not an important project going forward, but just thinking about how many could be placed in this area is something to think about and communicate really clearly with our community. The risk is high, and the frustration, the risk that those buildings may lead to inconsistent feelings or different feelings in the community is pretty high. So we have to talk it through and get comfortable with what this plan is. But that's for your page of notes of things to discuss. But I did just want to point out that is in this area already. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang?
Great. I will continue to piggyback on some of the things that Commissioner Heckman and Commissioner Templeton and Suma and Rekdal have said. So I agree very much with many of the comments that Commissioner Rekdal and Commissioner Suma made, particularly about community serving retail. And then with respect to how the NV cap and the housing element tie together, my understanding is the two have different timeframes. In other words, housing element is 8 years and NV cap is supposedly 20, 30 years. And so it makes sense that housing element numbers would be lower because that's supposed to be what's achievable in the next 8 years. And NV cap is for the next 20, 30 years. And so it would make sense then that NV cap numbers would be larger because more housing would be built over a longer time frame. So I think that's how we can reconcile the two. I also am very concerned, as you can tell by some of the earlier questions I asked, about the potential impacts on the low density residential because of the stated objectives or the stated goals. I can't remember if it was an objective or goal, but in attachment E, where we're supposed to evaluate the NV cap for consistency with the goals and objectives. And so one of the goals is balance of community interests, and another one is urban design guidelines, and neighborhood fabric. And I'm concerned that the current residents, the living in the yellow, the bright yellow areas on packet page 63 would not agree with us if we said that it was consistent, with those two goals to potentially have a 78-foot building rearing over them, especially if that 78-foot building were at the 120% AMI. That would just be an added sock in the face, I think, because we know that the workforce housing at Page Mill and El Camino just didn't really work out well and is not actually affordable, even though it's 120% of AMI turns out to be market rate based on the size of the units. And so according to the definitions imposed by the state, housing that would technically meet the affordability guidelines would be anything but affordable for our community and wouldn't be meeting the needs that I think that the community was hoping for and would be detrimental to the current residents there. And so I think we need to think really clearly, like we need to present the implications, as Commissioner Templeton said, and then think really clearly about how, if anything, we can mitigate those outcomes. I think we do want affordable housing if it's truly affordable. Maybe not in those 3 blocks that are where there's low density residential. It's a small area that's fronting El Camino there. The other 2 blocks, there's no low density residential that would be affected, so we don't need to worry about it. But we're talking about a very small section of El Camino, a very small section of our city. And maybe we do need to think carefully about those 2 blocks. Mike Spikes is already happening, so there's not much that can be done there. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Commissioner Aiken?
You've got a hand.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry, I just have one comment because this has come up a few times now on the affordability requirement of density bonus law being 120%. That's technically true, but the way these projects play out, for something to be 100% affordable, they're almost always going to be utilizing funding sources that actually require 60% affordability, as we're seeing at the Mike Spikes site. I'm not aware of any projects that are able to do 100% affordable at that 120% because you're not getting the funding that you need to make it work. There may be some edge case examples where there's some major private donor that's able to make that work, but all the projects we've seen in the city have, if they're 100% affordable, they're at that lower 60% level.
Thank you for that clarification. It's a little bit confusing. Oh.
I just have a question about that, because I understand that in order to get funding from someplace for affordable housing, the funding source is going to place their own requirements on the affordability. But we've also seen that 120% of AMI for a studio equates to market rate in our city. So they're in our county. So I don't think any funding would be necessary if you wanted to build a building full of studio units. Is that correct?
Well, so the workforce housing project, those rents are at 140% and 150% of AMI. And that's where we saw those rents, I haven't looked recently, but several years ago, they were, fairly close to market rate. 120%, we just generally, we don't see in rental projects. Yeah, I don't think we've had that in the city.
Commissioner Aiken?
Thank you, Chair Suma. I've got 2 items on my list that haven't already been covered, but I did want to second Commissioner Rectal's comments about the street grid. We know from the comp plan EIR that we're expecting increasing traffic congestion. And we know from the housing element of EIR that VMT per capita is not going down. So the idea of having to plan for substantially increased traffic citywide is something we need to keep in mind. And coming up in the next few months, we already have projects that are dealing with this very issue. We've got the traffic calming project in Crescent Park. We've got the Lincoln and Middlefield plan that Mr. Rios mentioned. A fully connected street grid for vehicular traffic seems like a really questionable idea. I have no great problem with pedestrian and bicycle traffic, but for vehicular, it's a different matter.
If I can interrupt, I know I heard a couple commissioners mention about the street grid. We're not adding any additional street. We are actually adding or proposing additional pedestrian connections that are grid.
Yeah, I think
so. Just to be clear that we're maintaining what's there now, but augmenting that with a connection. For instance, Ashby would be looking for opportunities to extend a pedestrian through that to the cannery.
Yeah, I brought up the other two projects as mentions of cases where we're actually taking away connectivity. So you may well find that that's going to be necessary in many other areas of the city. The other area I wanted to concentrate on was as we're asked to confirm consistency with not only with the council's direction, but with the code. One area that pops up for me is economic feasibility. What we're seeing with the pipeline projects, how they differ from the vision that we see and NVCAP has described now, makes me wonder if the owners and developers believe that the NVCAP plan is economically attractive. Now, in the documentation we have, I don't see a lot of substance with respect to that. I see references to strategic economic reports, but I don't see the substance of those in this document, at least in their current versions, whatever those might be. So is there a plan to provide additional analysis of that form?
Yes, thank you. So we are proposing to provide an update. There was a significant change in state law regarding parking at adjacent or near transit stations. That was cited as a hindrance in the prior documentation, requiring underground parking and requiring parking. So we're looking into how that law has changed for the developer's perspective on proposing projects on market-based parking and not necessarily what the requirement is.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll help. What really caught my attention was that the Sobrato project, the development agreement proposed relatively low townhouse type construction, whereas what we might have preferred would be something a little higher and a little more dense. And that strikes me as an economic decision about the market in this part of Palo Alto. So that's the sort of thing that I would like to see talked about in more detail in economic feasibility. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other lights? Commissioner Heckman?
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Aiken, because that's a great segue, because actually economic feasibility was what I was wanting to talk about in round two, because it is objective number 5 adopted by the council. And I wanted to provide a little bit of history, because I think 2 of our commissioners were not on the commission when this came to us, I want to say in late 2020, and then again in March of 2021, when we made our recommendation to the council. But what happened, and I'm not remembering the date of our first meeting, but this issue of economic feasibility was kind of front and center for us. At that point, we were looking at 3 potential alternatives, kind of the lowest density, the medium density, and the highest density. And we actually asked staff to have a study done so we could understand the economic feasibility. And I actually had asked Mr. Ossing to have available a slide that showed the three alternatives. Not that we're looking at different alternatives tonight, but if we could see that slide, because it'll help me sort of illustrate the dollars that we learned about back in March of 2021. Okay, so
This is the right one, right?
yeah, perfect. So this is a page from our packet from our March of 2021 meeting, March 10th, I think, where we were again looking at these three alternatives. And my memory is we asked staff at the meeting before to have a consultant tell us about the financial feasibility of alternative 2 and alternative 3. My memory is that there was not much, there may have been some, but not a majority support on the commission at that time for really digging into alternative 1 because it was felt that it might, the density was too low. And I'm not meaning to speak for my fellow commissioners, but in any event, we didn't even ask for an economic study of that. We wanted to know about 2 and 3, and if neither of those paid for itself, what would pay for itself? And so that study was done. It came back to us in March. And what it said is alternative 2 would require, had a shortfall of $130 million, shortfall of $130 million. Alternative 3 had a shortfall of $37 million. And then they explained to us what would be self-sufficient, which became alternative 3B, which is what the commission ultimately recommended to council before council chose alternative 1, which we hadn't studied economically, and subsequently modified that somewhat. So it's not like the alternative 1 we're seeing here. Now, what was interesting at that March of 2021 hearing, and Mr. Singh just referenced it, is that economic consultant said to us in a bit of foreshadowing that what really drives a lot of this cost is underground parking, because underground parking costs you $100,000 a stall. And so when we look at the table with the proposed plan, council's plan, because of these changes to state law, is now talking about no minimum parking. And that can have a dramatic effect on financial feasibility. So I really, and the other thing I want to mention is that the financial forecasting they did assumed that the developers would pay the various impact fees according to our then existing schedule. And so when we look at chapter 7.7 of the NVCAP that talks about all the funding sources for, where we can pay for things, half of that part of that universe is getting money from the developers. So that part was already baked into the numbers we saw before. The other part is getting money from government, grants, whatever, city general funds. And when this comes back to us, what I'm hoping, aligned with what Commissioner Aiken was saying, is that we get an economic analysis that shows us number one, what the shortfall will be from to develop this with the current developer fees in place. And then I think we need a deeper dive on how we're going to make up that shortfall, if there is one. And again, with the no minimum parking, maybe there's not. But to the extent there is, I don't think it's enough to just have a list of possible grants, money that might be out there. I think we have to have some understanding of that it's realistic to be able to get that money. Otherwise, I don't think we can make a finding of consistency with that objective number 5. Thanks.
Thank you for that. I have no lights on. I would add that I believe, I'm not sure where you're going with that, but thank you for asking those questions. I thought I read something, but I think I didn't mark it, that we will have to significantly increase some of our utility services such as water did I make that up, or is that in here someplace? Water and maybe sewer or storm drains? If so, an evaluation of developer fees might be important. I think that's here someplace, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's mention about, I think, a water main or so that may need to be upsized depending upon development. So it's something that needs to be monitored. I am keeping a list of things that the commissioners are bringing up today, as well as I've been taking notes even before that, just on things that we need to do, including, I think, including a implementation action about exploring again and the financial, like doing a nexus study or something like that in the future regarding these impact fees. It may be necessary depending upon the level of development and impact.
Well, I guess I would just comment on that. I mean, for developers, it's kind of a zero-sum game. If you increase our cost of development, then we're less likely to develop unless we can pass those costs on to the consumers of our product. And so that doesn't really change that may move the numbers, but it doesn't change the calculus because you're still going to need, either they're not going to build or you're going to have to subsidize them to get them to build. But again, these are, I think it's great we're having the study session and being able to articulate these ideas and, have staff work on them as you go through all of your other committees and work until it comes back to us in the fall.
Okay. I wanted to add with regards to the expanded plus 33-foot bump heights, that the impacts are not just on single family houses. I mean, if you live in a 45 or 50-foot building and you have a 90-foot or 88, I don't want to exaggerate, foot building right next to you, there's going to be impacts on everyone. And I think as we move forward with the NV cap and the housing element, we need to keep in mind that I think we need to keep in mind that we don't want to create areas of Palo Alto that are completely different in terms of the way people live than most of Palo Alto. And I note that I know we can't expect for change right away just because we rezone in this area, but this area, except for the potential of adding really tall housing and then the very unneeded townhouses that may or may not come as part of the Sobrato project, looks the same almost in terms of these huge centrally located kind of office buildings, and that it doesn't do anything to connect, this plan doesn't do anything to connect North Ventura with the rest of its neighborhood. It's still a really different feeling place. So I have a strong sense of caring about the community in these kinds of decisions. And I understand how tied our hands are and that we have to do something, but this doesn't look substantially much different. I don't think it will tomorrow, other than projects that we get that may be really incentivized by state law, maybe our HIP and attempts to get planned community projects. And I'm just taking a minute since no lights were on. I also think we should remind ourselves that when the council reinstated the PC, the planned community project, it was for housing projects really, and it wasn't anticipated to add to the jobs housing imbalance. It was supposed to help with that and create much needed housing options. So I will stop there and I will ask my colleagues if they have any last items or issues to bring up for the staff this evening. Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. Yeah, just thinking a little bit closer about zoning. I have a question, and you can let me know if it's outside of our scope. But along Lambert Avenue, we currently have a lot of like car shops and workshops and things like that. It's kind of industrial light space, and I see that we're planning to keep that use. And just thinking about Chair Suma's comment about the connection over to the rest of the Ventura neighborhood, that's like a very stark wall. Once you get over to Lambert and you start going towards California, you hit that and you're not in a neighborhood anymore. And I wonder if, understanding that there would be grandfathered uses and stuff, like, is that really how we want to envision the long-term use of that space? So just wanted to throw that out there. I don't know if we're not allowed to consider changing the uses, like the zoning there for future uses, but could you weigh in on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good question. And I think that's what the MVCAP does, is it's saying that's going to be a residential mixed use neighborhood along Lambert. And
I see it only as the pink, right? Medium density mixed use. On packet page 63, plan page 33. So we're going, residential, 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 and then we hit Lambert, we're back to medium density mixed use, which is currently industrial light, whatever, car shops and stuff. And then we go to residential again, and it's
so for mixed use, for mixed use in this area, and I think we mentioned it, and I'll just kind of reinforce it, that there's going to be very, very limited commercial on these parcels. So we're looking at, kind of ground floor, there's retail to support the neighborhood as mentioned, but we're not looking at that site to be like necessarily a 100% commercial building.
Well,
and over time,
could you build a residence there?
You can build residential, yes.
Yeah.
That is.
I know I have one friend that lives in a converted auto shop that's now a house, but I'm not sure that's the vision for the space. That's the only feedback here.
I would just say likely what they're going to do is raise the site and build a residential building.
Well, if they can, then we should probably encourage that with our zoning. So that's my feedback. Okay. I know it's late in the game to give you that feedback, but that looking at it and putting into place Chair Suma's comments about the connection to the other part of the neighborhood, that really stands out. So I lived 2 blocks away from this before and would come through there, and we would shift down to Park because it didn't feel that was the sign that we were out of the neighborhood. So I think that's something we could envision better through zoning, even if the existing uses are staying there until it's raised.
Yeah, we're hoping that, for medium mixed use, the anticipated density between 31 and 70 dwelling units per acre, 2.0 FAR, that entices the property owner to think, oh, do we want to do a body shop?
Could we entice them more? That's the question. I don't know. Write it down, do what you want with it. That's my feedback. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any lights. Does staff feel like they got feedback on all the issues?
I think so. It's been really great, really good. Thank you. It's been a while, and I know we've been working very hard on this. So just briefly, I think we'll make better clarification about connected grid, economic feasibility. We'll come back and do a better job about showing the transition, maybe showing more graphics about the transition between the 45 feet and the single family houses. We did something like that with the council earlier. Come back to a little bit more about the affordable housing. So I think these are some of the points here that I have. Anything else, Amy?
Oh, I would just add, I could bring back some data from approved and pending projects, such as, I did look that up, and it's 59 feet for the 3001 El Camino Real project. So things like that might be of interest to the board. We have a project on Lambert for residential. So so that we have some data for you, for your interest.
And then we'll get on the calendar another study session specifically about the zoning. So you just roll up your sleeves and get ready to talk about details.
And the plan looks great. I don't know that I've seen this version, and it's really improved since the last time I looked at it a few years ago. So it's coming along. You guys have done a great job.
I also want to thank you for leaving in the possibility for a historic resource with the important cannery, since that's not set in stone yet. And the last thing I'm going to say is just a crazy wish that this was more like the rest of Ventura, where where it transitions to lower density residential within half a block of El Camino in Page Mill in this situation, and that we're not going to end up with, very, very tall buildings that block other very tall buildings where people don't have sunlight and density. It's just, I think what we need are condos and small houses and townhouses and 2- and 3-story smaller apartments to really keep the neighborhood kind of consistent with the rest of Ventura and the rest of Palo Alto. That ship may have sailed long ago, but I just wanted to mention that. So if no one else has anything else to add, we will move on to the next item. Okay, thank you very much, staff. Oh, thank you. We will take a 7-minute break between these two items. We're back and we'll move on to our next item, which is a public hearing on recommendation of adoption of a draft rental registry program. So I will go ahead and ask staff for their presentation.
Sure, thank you. Are the slides up? Oh, so I don't know if we need to state that Commissioner Liu is back.
Yes, thank you so much. Commissioner Liu is back.
And then we need the slideshow. So while Veronica is uploading the slideshow, I'll just introduce our staff here tonight. Rebecca Atkinson is here to present and is overseeing this project. And Rebecca, do you want to introduce the consultant?
Oh, sure. Well, you already know Sheldon Ossing, he's principal planner in long range planning, and Jennifer Fine, deputy city attorney. And Minka Vanderswag is also on the team and will be joining via Zoom.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to bring the rental registry program to you this evening. We already did introductions. We'll cover a lot of material in this brief staff presentation, and we can return back to any of the slides if they're helpful later. In case anyone, oh, sorry, could you stay on that slide, please? That one, thank you so much. In case anyone is new to the topic, we'll provide some background information on the proposed rental registry program, which we will conversationally refer to tonight as the registry. We also provide an overview of the draft ordinance that would enable the program. Finally, we'll go over a draft initial rental unit registration form and the Human Relations Commission motion received just the other night, May 24th. And then you'll see a concluding slide of the staff recommendation. Next slide, please. Next slide, thank you. After extensive discussion by the Human Relations Commission, this body and City Council, on November 29th, 2021, City Council supported the creation of a registry. They referred the design and implementation to the Policy and Services Committee, and staff then brought the registry to them on September 13th, 2022. As discussed in the staff report, the committee supported the registry and recommended initial registration of rental units in Palo Alto, the types of information to collect, and also recommended event-based reporting, such as when a new tenancy starts, when there's a rent increase, and when there's an eviction. In 2021, the city did not have a housing ad hoc committee. However, City Council has now formed this committee, so the registry will go next before that body before returning to the full City Council. Next slide, please. The purpose of the registry is summarized here on this slide. You can find the purpose of the registry included also in the draft ordinance. When we say we learn about the Palo Alto rental landscape, we do mean more than what can be gleaned from existing data sources, such as the Census, American Community Survey, CoStar, and the city's permit database. So this would be a source of actual information on Palo Alto's rental units directly. When the registry is launched, if you could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Rental unit property owners or property managers will provide the information in the following categories on this slide. You'll see these categories again when we show you the draft initial rental unit registration form. Next slide. There are important components necessary for registry implementation. The city needs an enabling ordinance in the municipal code, and the city also needs to develop program administration, including the components listed on this slide. We'll now provide an overview of the draft ordinance. As outlined in the staff report, the ordinance would accomplish the topics on this slide, including for the city to have the ability to collect the rental unit information and establish a cost recovery fee. This ordinance would also create a new chapter in the municipal code. Next slide, please. Regarding rental unit participation, the Policy and Services Committee recommended the registration of rental units as currently required for the existing registry. Examples of rental units that would be required to register are listed on this slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. Regarding program details, the Policy and Services Committee supported that the registry require initial registration of rental units as previously mentioned, an annual renewal, an affidavit that would ensure the information is true and correct, and they also supported event-based registration amendments. In regard to penalties, the section in the draft ordinance might appear overly enforcement-oriented, which was of concern to community members. However, what this section does is create a way of reducing overall costs for the registry, as the cost for enforcement would be the penalty fee instead of the annual registration fee. This part of the code also creates a penalty waiver process for instances if there was good reason for the delay in registration. And these are two example ways the staff has tried to address landlord concerns. Jennifer?
Yep. Hi, I'm here to talk a little bit about privacy and the Public Records Act. Privacy was brought up as a concern at several community meetings. So for some background information, records maintained by the city are subject to the Public Records Act, meaning that they have to be disclosed upon request. Some examples of similar records to some records that might be in the registry that are frequently requested and disclosed include business registry information, building permits and all the records related, as well as notices of code violations. There are limited exceptions that allow the city to withhold some records in some situations, including records containing trade secrets and proprietary information. However, these exceptions are very limited, and the city does still have to disclose that those records if it's in the public interest to do so, which the Public Records Act generally prefers everything to be public. Next slide, please. So I want to be clear that the Public Records Act's obligations do not require kind of constant live sharing of records. Public records would be released only upon request, and the city would have usually 10 days to initially respond to that request. Disclosures are also limited to existing records, so the Public Records Act would not cover standing requests for data or requests for future data. What the privacy section of the ordinance is reflecting is that the city will abide by its obligations under the Public Records Act, but at the same time, it intends to only publish or analyze the sensitive registry information in the aggregate. Next slide, please, and I'll pass it back to Rebecca.
Thank you. We will now briefly walk you through the draft initial rental unit registration form. It's also included as an attachment to your staff report. This form encapsulates the type of information the registry would collect at initial registration. The point of these slides are to show you that the form uses the categories of information supported by the Policy and Services Committee. The actual form in the registry would have autofill and drop-down menus to make it easier to fill in and to promote information consistency. We also anticipate that the software would be able to accommodate bulk uploads of information if a property manager was filling out registrations for many rental units. Also, if you look carefully at the information requested, the great majority of the information would be readily accessible to landlords from when they place the rental unit on the rental market. Consequently, staff does not think that the information requested is too much. For contact information, for example, we've asked for basic property owner and property manager information, rental unit characteristics. We've asked for the address and the total number of units of the property and the unit size. For tenancy information, as you can see here on the slide, we've asked if the unit is rented or vacant. If rented, we've asked for the date of tenancy start. If vacant, we've asked for the reason. For rent information, we've asked for the amount of security deposit, base monthly rent, and so forth. Next slide, please. As described in the staff report, the city is currently reviewing the responses received to the city's request for proposals. We are bringing the registry before the HRC, which we did last week, this body, and the new City Council Housing Ad Hoc Committee before returning to City Council for action on the draft ordinance and a consultant contract. Next slide, please. We've included the results of the Human Relations Commission's motion here on this slide. So basically, consistent with past support that the HRC had for the registry, they moved to accept the basic framework of the registry as presented by staff, which is consistent with what we've presented to you at as the Planning Commission. And then the HRC also asked for staff to address the following outstanding issues. And so 1 through 6, for example, if you look at number 3 and number 6, it might be a little potentially confusing, but the actual Human Relations Commission couched some of these examples of outstanding issues as scenarios for staff to consider and bring back, like what would be the impact of the registry if ADUs were exempted either from fees and or full participation, like what impact would that have on the information collected by the city? Next slide, please. So the staff recommendation is outlined in your staff report. So we just recreated it here on the slide. We're asking for a recommendation for adoption of the draft rental registry program ordinance, as well as feedback on the initial rental registration form and related information to be collected. Next slide. If anyone has any questions after this presentation, after this item is discussed tonight, you can contact me at the email address on this slide. And thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Do I have any clarifying questions from the commission? Okay, so we'll do that first, Commissioner Chang, and then Commissioner Rechtel.
Okay, I have might be kind of a dumb question. I was trying to figure out I was trying to read the code that this referred to and figure out exactly who would be required to complete the rental registry. So if somebody has only one unit for rent, do they have to? So is it trying to as currently constructed, is it trying to capture every single rental unit in the city, or are there exemptions for 1 unit or less? I can't remember. I was trying to look for it. I couldn't figure it out.
Right. Thank you for the question. And yes, it's all rental units in Palo Alto.
Okay, good. Great. Thanks.
Commissioner Aiken.
Thank you. Yeah, this is essentially a follow-up to that question. I read both the proposed ordinance and the municipal code section, and I don't see a way to rule out things like Airbnbs. Was it intentional to include registration of units used for that purpose, or is that a misinterpretation on my part?
Do you want to answer the question about short-term rentals? I can answer it too. Brian just said no. Okay, thank you. In certain residential districts, the definition of a residential unit, like a single family home or other things, does not include transient occupancy. So the city doesn't currently have a policy that allows for short-term rentals.
Okay, good. Thanks. That's the clarification I needed.
Sure.
Anyone else? Okay, then I think we should go to the members of the public, please.
Yes, we have 2 in person and a couple on Zoom, or 1 more in person. First, we'll start with Leanna Hunt.
Good evening, Chairman Suma and members of the commission. My name is Leanna Hunt. I've been a resident for 54 years in Palo Alto, a practicing realtor for 33 years. I'm a past president of the Silicon Valley Association of Realtors, which covers our city. And I'm a current member of the board of directors of the California Association. Board, as well as a member of the National Committee on Public Policy for the National Association of Realtors. I'm also a trustee of the Realtors Political Action Fund. I'm coming to you, though, this evening as an individual and a homeowner. And I did attend last week's HRC meeting, and I've read through the staff report. I've discussed this issue with a number of realtors as well as property owners. And I would state that at this point, as a realtor, I'm definitely very dismayed with the proposed rental register. The HRC chairman's motion was approved despite the fact that at least 4 new commissioners last week expressed concerns with the lack of specifics in the staff report relating to costs, fees, and several thought that the ADUs should be eliminated from the proposal. Nevertheless, they unanimously approved the report as drafted by staff. The unknown costs of developing and hiring new staff to maintain this projected registry is a huge concern. The personal information requested in the proposed register questions, many have surprised that property owners would need to convey this kind of private information. Certainly, this proposal will not reduce any rents in Palo Alto, but undoubtedly will lead to owners passing on costs through increased rents to tenants. There's no additional protection to tenants already provided for in AB 1482. And the staff report doesn't create new housing and certainly will not bring down rental costs. I have to reflect on the downtown business license tax, which resulted in additional revenue to the city. However, has apparently brought very little in the way of new services to the downtown business community. I recall that this program was suggested as a result of the discussions that took place when the President's Hotel closed. I was a party to a lot of that discussion. And certainly there are many concerns relating to rental housing. The problem is that this program doesn't do anything to really alleviate our need for more housing of all types, certainly affordable housing, as well as those for all stratas of our community. This will only discourage the small mom and pop owners, many of whom are going to go out of the rental business. There are many private owners who are not going to want to have to respond to this mandatory program. And so losing those small property owners as owners renting to tenants is of great concern. I hope that you'll really consider all the ramifications of this kind of mandatory program. We already have in place many sources of the kind of information that the city would like to have regarding the complexion of our rental state of affairs. And certainly the real estate community, along with many of the property owners, could help to alleviate many concerns about where we stand, what the picture is, how many actual rentals there are, and what the general price brackets are, that kind of thing. So I hope you'll think about my comments, and certainly we hope that this program will receive further dialogue at the council level. I trust it will, but we like to address a lot of these issues at the commission level prior to having to go all the way to city council. So I hope that you'll have a very good discussion on this staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Angie Evans.
Hi, I'm Angie Evans. I'm just going to read from my phone because I literally came here from giving my children a bath, so I just wrote it down. I did skim over the packet, and I've been to some of the other meetings about this, but for 20 years, this has been on the books. We aren't talking about passing a new policy. We are talking about implementing a law that we already have. Let that sink in now, again, for 20 years.
That's hundreds of tenants that have been illegally evicted by Todd Speaker and the acquisitions that his company has made. That is the 70 residents of the President Hotel that you just cited. I'm here to support a robust rent registry collecting data on all housing types and many components of rent and rental fees. I am a firm believer in the fact that tenant protections prevent displacement. That is what they are supposed to do. But that's not the reason you should support a robust rent registry. You cannot measure what you do not define. In my day job, I work on homeless data. I manage the homeless database that is mandated by HUD. Thousands, hundreds of thousands. So I know how important data collection is in helping to create the right policy solutions. You can always reduce or change data collection later, but it is incredibly difficult to write a good policy when you can't really measure what is happening. We have no verifiable data on rents or renters in Palo Alto. None, no verifiable data. I also want to address the elephant in the room, the cost of the rent registry. Cities like Mountain View have ensured that things like the cost can't be passed through to tenants. I love this, but we know there is the world as it is and there's the world as it should be. And we know that there is no way to truly ensure that landlords do not pass on the cost. For that reason, I want to remind you that this will not make landlords go broke. We have Prop 13. In the state of California. We can review this policy again and change the rent registry if Prop 13 shockingly got repealed. But I doubt that's going to happen. So I want to remind you that because we have Prop 13, people like my landlord pay their state taxes in 2 weeks of my rent. 2 weeks of my rent, my landlord pays their state taxes. So they're not going to starve from these fees, and I'm not going to starve if they pass through those fees. But making Palo Alto more predictable and measuring our rental trends might actually make policies that make our city more affordable possible. Even these two landlords back here, they were just discussing how the rents are too high here and which people are leaving. So I just want to thank you for making this a priority. I know it has taken 20 years to get here, but I really hope to be here and see this actually get implemented. I am always happy to talk more about this. I think most of you have heard from me before. Angie Evans, I live in Crescent Park. My kids go to school here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lauren Bigelow.
Hello again, commissioners. Again, my name is Lauren Bigelow. I am the board president of Palo Alto Renters Association. I hope you can feel my excitement tonight because I started talking to you about the full implementation of Palo Alto's rent registry in 2020. I'm delighted to see this moving forward and that the city is putting so much effort into making this a balanced process while still moving it forward. I'm not sure strong enough words exist for me to publicly state just how imperative the full and fast implementation of this program is. We currently have no mechanism to track how much landlords are raising rents, something that is outlined in AB 1482, which is more commonly known as California's Tenant Protection Act of 2019. So we're several years late to being able to enforce state law. At PARA, Palo Alto Renters Association, I personally answer tenants' questions about the legality of their living situations. In fact, I've had several requests for assistance from renters. The things I learned when I was doing this research was that a rent registry can show all the places where things are working. And when landlords are doing things right, allowing staff to focus their energy and attention on the places with the greatest needs. Currently, we have very little data to support our anti-displacement efforts for renters. We need that data so that we can effectively and efficiently affirmatively further fair housing for almost half of Palo Alto. Now, very, very respectfully, I completely disagree with the idea that this should be a phased process and that we should potentially pare down the information we are collecting. We should begin as we mean to continue, particularly because a 20-year-old program is hardly a beginning. I completely understand that property owners are concerned about how much time this will take and that the rental housing process business is in fact a business. But focusing on the pain of property owners completely glosses over the fact that many renters would love to own their own homes but can't afford to own their own homes when homes in Palo Alto start in the millions of dollars, meaning that every renter is experiencing a severe power imbalance that could potentially leave them homeless merely by brooking any disagreement with their landlords. A lot of effort and time has been put into what information should be collected, and this is far from novel, as the many interviews staff conducted with cities are included as an attachment tonight. So I look forward to hearing your discussion this evening. We can and should do this fully and fast. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bigelow.
Next is Emily Ann Ramos.
Hello, everyone's so tall. Thank you, members of the Planning Commission, for undergoing this and taking this on. We've been following, I'm Emily Ann Ramos. I am with Silicon Valley at Home and the Preservation and Protection Associate. I work on these policies among many cities in Santa Clara County. We've been following this whole process since around 2017 when council brought forth a memo to find ways to protect their tenant, to protect our longtime renters here in Palo Alto. And then in 2018, they passed forward their vote to look at a suite of protections that a wide variety of protections that except for rent stabilization. Fast forward in 2019, the city of Palo Alto applied for a grant with the Partnerships for the Bay's Future. It was a grant that gave a fellow for 2 years to undergo studies of tenant protections. And in that grant, there was a suite of protections that were brought forth to the council. In November 2021, that proposal was brought forth to the city council, and they moved forward on a number of them, with the top priority being the rent registry. And the reason for that is that if they want to look toward protecting your tenants, we want to do it smartly. We want to do it with data-backed information. We want to be able to have measurable metrics. And this is what the rent registry provides us with. The Policy and Services Committee last year under the council gave a set of recommendations by staff, and they moved forward with their recommendations, which is now before this Planning Commission here today. So I urge you to move forward with the rent registry, and as more tenant protections come along, to move those forward as well. I am very happy that Palo Alto is really taking this step to protect their tenants and their longtime residents of this city. And we look forward to partnering with you in outreach and in education. So thank you so much for taking this step. I hope you move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Robert Reed.
I'm not sure I need a mic, but we'll try it out. Anyway, this is a problem, but I don't think this is the solution. And I understand there is a problem because of what you heard here of people struggling to pay rent in the Mid-Peninsula, not just Palo Alto, the Mid-Peninsula and the whole peninsula, really. But all I can say is for the small property owner to have to meet a bunch of obligations by the city that they're already meeting by the county and the state and the Fed, it is onerous. And it is more expensive, and it will cost more time, energy, and money to comply with this. And that will get passed on to the tenant because it's a cost of doing business. And, you can apply the same metric to the production of food or the production of energy, all things we rely on. If you put a lot of onerous regulation on those industries, it becomes a cost of doing business, and you have to pass it on to the consumer. You can't stay in business if you don't. Anyway, my parents and myself have been providing rental housing in Palo Alto for over 60 years. Now, most of that's in the form of single families. They built several single families out on Miranda Green where there was an orchard before and where they built their own home. So they had 3 rentals next door to their own house. So, and the rents were never as much as 50% of value on those properties. I mean, you can't raise your neighbor who's your friend's rent. That's a problem. So something to think about if you're going to invest. But in any case, this just smacks like pouring gravel into a finely tuned machine to make sure it does what you want it to do. Well, and I don't think what you want it to do is to become so onerous people stop thinking it's a good deal to invest in housing. Palo Alto is so expensive for the investor that, mostly if you're buying small rental properties, unless you're a big corporation, the small investor looks at San Jose, looks at the East Bay and other places where they can get a possible return. Because that's pretty hard to do in Palo Alto, at least for new purchases. So I would highly recommend that you don't pass this ordinance, particularly on anything that is small as a 4-unit building or that it's more likely owned by a small family operation. We had 4plexes in Sunnyvale, Mountain View, and Palo Alto for different periods of time at different times. Never had any concept or thought that we would have to be complying by a bunch of city regulations at additional cost to work those properties. And those properties were expensive enough just to maintain and to upgrade. I have a rental in Palo Alto, my family home. I rent that out. And I live in a house in Sunnyvale, and the Palo Alto house rents for more than my Sunnyvale house. I can imagine. I've just plunked out 20 or 30,000 fixing that place up, and it's been vacant for 2 months. So that's another 7,000 a month. So I'm looking at out of pocket, close to 40,000 right now. I'm putting something like this on top of it to no avail, to no benefit, it makes no sense. So anyway, you need to protect the small investor. And if you want any investment in rental housing on the lowest level in Palo Alto, if you any built, I went to Europe. While I was gone, my dad built 2 rental houses. I said, oh, okay. What happened to the orchard? And there it's gone. But anyway, I would just say, but I understand, I do truly understand the other side. But the only solution to mitigate this, there's 2. The only solution is to build more housing. There is another solution, and I was checking these stats today, and that is that the communities can lose population. San Francisco in 2021 lost 71,000 people. Every county that I looked at in California, except for a few in the Sierra foothills, every county in the desert, on the coast,
Thank you, Mr.
everywhere, I was just going to say, lost population.
Mr. Reed, thank you so much for your comments. Could you wrap it up? You've gone.
I will wrap it
over.
right up and
Thank you so
disappear into the
much.
night. But I was just going to say, this problem may be self-correcting in the long term. But I understand people are hurting today trying to rent houses. But there are cheaper houses in this valley than Palo Alto.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next we have comments on Zoom. First is Carrie Wagner. If you can unmute yourself, you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Carrie Wagner, and I am a resident of Charleston Meadows. I'm a homeowner here. We moved to Palo Alto when we bought our house here in 1994. So we've been here for quite a while. And I just want to thank the commissioners for bringing the rent registry to the forefront. I think it's very important that we understand what type of inventory we actually have in the city. And somebody else brought this up, but to see the rental trends, I think that knowing this information can help us make decisions about where we need housing in specific parts of the city, what type of housing we need. Right now, we take a guess and it's like, okay, we're putting all this new housing on San Antonio Road because we can. We're putting all this housing on El Camino because there's a bus line. But there may be other pockets that could take up some of that inventory for us. The other things is it could help us make decisions about transportation planning. Where do we need bike and pedestrian improvements to accommodate this, the housing? Where do we need public transportation improvements? I mean, the answer is pretty much everywhere, but this way we could make informed decisions. And then finally, I would like to see other people brought this up. I'd like to see the fees, remain low, especially for the property owners who are renting out, 1 or 2 or I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 units. I'm not sure what that number would be, but definitely if you're just renting an ADU, I'd like to see that number. The fees remain minimal, please. And I'm really looking forward to this. I think it's a long time coming, and I appreciate you bringing it forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Dow, how many more speakers do we have, just out of curiosity?
9 more.
9 more. Okay. Thank you for that.
Next is Anil Babar.
Thank you, Commissioner, Chair and Commission members. My name is Anil Babar. I'm with the California Apartment Association. And I wanted to echo my comments that I made at HRC last week. One, discussing the privacy issue of the rent registry. The biggest concerns there we have are the confidentiality of the data that you're providing, both from the perspective of the property owner and how that proprietary data can be a problematic if it's released, which it easily can be under a public records request, and the confidentiality of that tenant's information. When that is also something we're seriously concerned about, because 2 tenants can see that data and have concerns about how much they're paying when the reasoning behind it can be very complex. As far as the cost is concerned, this is an issue that the state of California has looked at now 3 times, and 3 times they've rejected it purely because the cost is so high. If you look at the experience in San Jose, they've had the rent registry for several years, and what we found in examining the data over there was that rents have stayed below the cap, and it hasn't been a problem. And the last issue I want to really address is the data issue. I've heard a lot of comments about unverifiable data. Look, the data is available as it is. If you want to know what the average rents are in the city, you can find that through whether it be census data, whether it be CoStar data. There is data, the data source exists. You don't have to put this undue burden on property owners to be curious about what rents are. And that goes to another point that Leanna made. You know, people here have pushed back on her comment that this will discourage development in the city because what's a rent registry? It's just a little bit every month. The problem with the rent registry is it starts at the long line of other bad policies that will definitely discourage housing in Palo Alto. It will continue labeling Palo Alto as a city that's anti-housing, and it will continue to discourage housing from being built. A rent registry won't help you determine where to build housing. A rent registry won't help you determine what parts of the city needs housing the most. The entire city needs housing. So instead of continuing these undue burdens on property owners, instead of increasing more regulatory burden on property owners, let's use this time we have in these commissions to find ways of increasing the density and the amount of housing in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Next is Liz Gardner.
Hi, Liz Gardner, fourth generation Palo Alton. I want to first support a rental registry along with a rent stabilization. I do think that data is important to collect. I also think that if anybody has traveled in the city of Palo Alto anytime recently or in the last several years, you can just pretty much with our eyes see the calamity going on our streets with the unhoused, with every fifth person straggling down the road with a grocery cart full of their cherished possessions that they can't afford to, put in a home or have a storage unit. And there's actually been deaths of the unhoused, long-time residents dying on our streets a couple of years ago on one of the coldest nights in Palo Alto in the College Terrace area. It is a real issue. And what I would like to bring up is a personal story of mine as a renter. I am unable to relocate my growing family of 2 Palo Alto Unified School District children into a larger unit because the rent that I'm paying now, the rents that are out there are unattainable. At this point, I would have to prove 3 times my low income wage to the asking rent, which is about $150,000 a year for a raggedy house or duplex or apartment on Alma. And I work for a nonprofit 501c3 locally here on the peninsula, and I'm unable to prove 3 times the rent. I appreciate some of these mom and pop owners that are lamenting this problem of a registry, but the problem is there's no trust anymore. I am unable to even meet with a mom and pop homeowner in Palo Alto to show them that I am a responsible, pay my rent on time, take pride in every rental that I've ever had in my whole entire life. It's interesting to note that every person that has spoken tonight has some professional investiture in the housing market, whether it be with a rental association, a homeless database app, a Silicon Valley at home, a homeowner. I am a renter struggling right now. I have not heard from a renter struggling right now to relocate into a larger, safer, more quality home because I can't get even face to face. I have in my whole life walked into amazing rentals based on why? Because of my integrity, because the landowner sees that I'm a responsible paying rent person. But here it's all profits. I am not able to secure that for my family because nobody, not even these small landowners, will even schedule a time to meet me. I don't care if I'm paying 30, 40, 70% of my income towards rent. I don't have 3 times my income proof. I don't have 750 credit score, but I'm a hardworking, responsible mother in this community that invests. And yet, all these mom and pop homeowners who are speaking tonight are talking about profits and consumers, not a relationship between a tenant and a landlord, not somebody that I am here, I'm paying you rent, I'm paying you income to take care of your property. I'm willing to do anything. I've posted on Craigslist. I've gone to apartments.com, Turbo Tenant. There's scams all over the place on these places. And there's no way in. V-Rents, I will tell you, it is nearly
Thank you so, Ms. Gardner, thank you so much. But we have many, many speakers tonight and
I get that, Ms.
Yeah,
Suma.
and you have, thank you so much. And we've heard.
Somebody else got a lot more time, a landowner. I would like to, as a renter, have a couple of more sentences here, please.
You can have
let
2 more seconds and then we're going to thank you again and say good evening.
Yeah, so I would just like to say that I support this rental registry. I support that there is some kind of cap on this 3 times wages to rent. I would have to make
Thank you
75,000.
so much. We're going to have to move on because we have an awful lot of speakers tonight and I have given everybody 5 minutes. So thank you. And if you don't, we'd like to get to the meat of discussing this for all of you in the community. So if you don't need to use all your 5 minutes, it's fine not to. Thank you very much. Okay, let's keep going.
Yes, next is Ryan O'Connell.
Good evening. I'm Ryan from How to ADU, a community of 25,000 California homeowners. I have the pleasure of working with a lot of homeowners in Palo Alto, and I'm calling in strong support of the rental registry as proposed by staff. I think what gets measured gets managed. It's time we measure and manage, like we've been saying we're going to do. And I really respect the work that's gone into preparing the rental registry the way it was presented tonight. Yeah, cities regulate housing. There's nothing new there. It would be great if we monitored the success of those regulations with a rent registry. Without the rental registry, we're flying blind. So we don't know if what we're doing makes a big difference or not. Most homeowners I work with are building rental units for their own. Just costs have gotten so out of hand. So they broadly support low lift efforts like rent registries. Of course, still support the carve out for ADUs and small landlords, but in whichever form it takes, I think it's a pretty low lift. I'm hearing a fair amount of misinformation tonight, which is also very typical when you don't have a lot of data. You tend to rely on hunches, you go to your priors, which also often exposes your biases. I think it's important that you really pay attention to the thorough researched survey work and staff work that's gone into this. If the council members are worried that rents will go up as a result of the rent registry, the great news is we will immediately be able to track that and make informed decisions to correct the situation once we have the data. And in a city where annual rents have gone up virtually every year in my lifetime, I don't think doing the same thing we've been doing is going to be the right solution. All right, thank you. See the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Next is Jess Hudson.
Good evening. My name is Jess Hudson, and I'm the Public Policy Manager for United Way Bay Area. I'm calling in to support the rent registry, which will provide needed community data and prevent housing instability and displacement in Palo Alto. We would like to see this policy be inclusive of all types of homes, whether someone is renting a 1-bedroom, an ADU, a mobile home, or a single-family home. The entire purpose of a rent registry is to ensure that a city has accurate data on evictions, and we cannot leave out potentially vulnerable tenants from that data. This includes tracking the disproportionate evictions against marginalized communities such as the Latinx, Middle Eastern, and disabled Palo Altans, as well as single parents who are trying to stay in the school district, as well as our seniors. Protecting vulnerable communities from displacement is vital to their health, to their safety, and to economic stability. This registry will allow the city to accurately identify housing needs and create thoughtful, data-driven policy protections. Rent registries have been used successfully already to address these housing issues in cities like Mountain View, East Palo Alto, San Jose, and some others that are listed in the packet tonight. I want to thank you for your hard work on this, and I hope to see the strong policy that has such positive long-term impacts move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Anna Toledano.
I think that was Ms. Toledano earlier. I think we are at Annie Ashton.
No, the previous one was Jess Hudson. Yeah, so now.
Hi.
Yeah.
This is Anna Toledano. I haven't had a chance to speak yet today. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Anna Toledano, as I just said, and I've been a renter in downtown Palo Alto for 8 years. I want to thank the staff for all of their efforts in putting together an excellent rental registry program. In my view, I think a rental registry serves as advertising for landlords because as a Stanford grad student, I was struggling to find housing in the pandemic through all the different websites that rentals are listed on ad hoc. A rental registry would have been a godsend for me in 2020. I was almost forced to leave Palo Alto, something I just really didn't want to do because I couldn't find anywhere to live on my quick turnaround after having to leave my Stanford provided sublet. So I'm really looking forward to the implementation of the rental registry as soon as possible so other Palo Altans like me can find the right place for them to live. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Next is Annie Ashton.
Hello, my name's Amy Ashton, and I just wanted to speak in terms of supporting renters here in Palo Alto. I know they make up more than 40% of the population, and as a homeowner, I just had to state my support for these folks who are a part of their community, who deserve our respect and deserve whatever we can do to protect their housing and opportunities. I hope to someday have an ADU, and I would gratefully participate in the rent registry because I know how important it is to the city and to these folks who need housing. That's all. Thank you very much. And I look forward to hearing the deliberations.
Thank you.
Next is Sam.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sam Gersten. Hi, everyone. My name is Sam Gersten, and I've been a renter in Palo Alto for the last few years in Midtown, along with my wife and young daughter of 8 months. It's the first time I'm ever speaking before any Palo Alto Commission or Council, and it's because this issue is extremely important to me. Just last month, we got a $250 a month rent increase from our landlord. This was while my wife was laid off, and while our costs were already going up because of the baby. We need a rent registry because the city needs to be able to track such increases and dispute them appropriately. I'm also concerned about the cost of housing, as many landlords raised, but to address that, we should advocate for building more dense housing to increase the supply and reduce the prices. Rent protections are a relatively small cost compared to the regulatory blocking by many homeowners. I know a rent registry is necessary for the city to ensure that AB 1482, the California Tenant Protection Act of 2019, is being followed, and that landlords are not raising rent past the legal limit. I strongly encourage that this registry is as inclusive of all types of rentals as possible, whether renting a room or an ADU or mobile home, because any landlord can break the law and raise the rent past the legal limit. And our housing nonprofits know this is occurring in Palo Alto. Thanks for all your work on this, and happy to get back the rest of the time to the council.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. We didn't really anticipate so many speakers this evening. We're very happy we have a lot. Are we allowed to stop taking more speakers as a body? I know council does it.
You can close the public hearing at your discretion.
Okay, so I think our last speaker, and we haven't had anyone sign on for 10 minutes or something, will be Adam at EFF.org. Okay, thank you. Please continue.
So just to clarify, because I don't know if everybody can see the list, everyone who's already raised their hand is going to get an opportunity to speak. And what the
Yes.
chair has just done is said, we're not going to take any more raised hands. So
That's
if you
correct.
raise your
Thank
hand and you can't see the board, you will get a chance to speak.
Yeah, and we haven't had any more raised hands for 10 or 15 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So next is R. Alyssa Gurman.
Hi. Hi. I wish that I could say I'm a renter, but unfortunately right now I'm not. As a young person, even though I grew up in this area, I can't afford to live here anymore, which means I'm living with my family. My family is renters, but almost none of my friends from growing up still live in the area, and the ones that do make more in one paycheck than I make in a year sometimes working in nonprofit. And I also know for a fact that I've lived in apartments where, landlords have changed the rent 3 months in or charged different amounts for different units. And that's just not fair. And everyone deserves to have a stable place to live. So I know that staff has put months into this and is taking a lot of feedback on this policy, which is great. I think you guys have done great work. I definitely think this policy should move forward. I really value what all the housing nonprofits have to say as experts in the issue area. And I know that they've seen some demographics impacted by evictions, and I was wondering if the staff has seen other cities record demographic information in their rental registries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is Ryan C.
Hi, my name is Ryan Kerrigan. I'm with the Silicon Valley Association of. Appreciate the opportunity to speak here. I'm speaking in opposition. Overall, I think we understand that this is a pretty costly and resource the city moving forward. I think the fact that a similar policy has been on the book.
Excuse me, we're having a little trouble hearing you. You seem to be cutting out.
Sorry.
Cutting out. Okay. Continue.
There's a lot of discussion about data and information. Easy Google search can provide plenty of resources to find rent. Many of that is also cited in newspapers, reports, council reports. This issue. And furthermore, that data isn't going to be MTC, ABAG have already given the city plenty of goals and that's identified in opportunity sites in the element. So this really isn't the city needs to plan for in the future. You even discussed some evening. So overall, I just think that it really should be discussion and resources put into a rent registry is just a distraction. Resources and time that could be spent on actually building the housing that is in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Edie Keating.
Hello. I'm proud that Palo Alto is moving forward with a rent registry. I was a renter for around 30 years in Palo Alto but then moved to Mountain View. And the reason I'm calling in tonight is that I've actively followed Mountain View implementing strong renter protections following a vote for rent control in 2016, which passed. When rent control first began in Mountain View, there was no rent registry. So it was a fully complaint-based system. And there just started being questions about, is the law truly being followed? And what isn't known about the landlord compliance with the law. So I don't know the exact year, but at first there was developed software so that there was a voluntary rent registry and almost no landlords registered. So then the Rental Housing Committee voted to make the registry required. And you would think that would have all landlords comply. They've had fairly good compliance with paying a fee for their units to support the rental housing program. But surprisingly, perhaps, or perhaps not, well under 50% of landlords still did not register, even though registering annually had been changed to be a requirement of the Mountain View implementation of their rent law. So finally, less than a year ago, the Rental Housing Committee in Mountain View added late fees for registration, for non-compliance of registration, which is annual. It's $25 per unit. Those fees are starting to be collected, and the level of registration is now well over 70% and climbing. So the reason I'm calling in is just to say that a crucial part of having a rent registry is to have some enforcement mechanism, such as a late fee or deadlines, and a fee imposed if the landlord does not register. And I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker.
Two more. Second to last, Randy Monreynard.
Mute. Hi, I'm Randy Monfreneau. I've been 40 years a renter, and I'm blessed now with being a homeowner. That's another story. No, I didn't win the lottery. I'm wanting to raise the issue of the cost that is passed on to landowners. Mr. Reed, Miss Leanna Hunt also raised this. And I'd like us to look at, yes, there is a cost of having a rental registry, but what about the cost of not offering support for young people and renters and seniors? And isn't this possibly tied to the affordability issue raised by Commissioner Summa and others? All of us have certainly considered, when mention is made of families and family housing, the impact on schools. The protecting renters also serves as a protection for teachers and staff and administrators in schools who do need to rent here until they can buy. There's been a token amount of building nearby for teacher housing. I'm asking that we look at this not just as the cost of having a business, but what is the cost of not protecting vulnerable people and professionals who are caring for our children. And notwithstanding the decline in population that was mentioned by, I think it was Mr. Reed, yes, there will be a decline in population. Fewer and fewer people are having fewer children. But for the moment, we do have schools and teachers that need housing nearby. And this also ties in with the transportation issues. So let's keep an open mind and let's look at the rental registry as a beginning for serving and protecting vulnerable people in the community. Thanks.
Thank you.
And last is Adam.
Hello, my name is Adam Schwartz. I am a resident here in Palo Alto. I call to speak in strong support for the ordinance. I thank the city staff for all the time they spent writing it and this commission for spending time talking about it today. I myself happen to own the house. I've lived here in Palo Alto for 6 years. I've got 2 adult kids who are interested in living here and are struggling to find ways to do so, and are frankly priced out. And much more needs to be done to protect our struggling renters and to be an inclusive community for people at all income levels. The rent registry is a very important step forward, and I strongly urge this commission to adopt it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much to all of our speakers this evening, and now we'll bring it back to the commission. I see Commissioner Templeton has her light on.
Thank you so much. And thanks to everyone who called in and spoke here. It's really interesting to hear your different perspectives. I am going to start with the form because I love forms. No lie. On page 3 of the form, you have number of people in the rental unit household. I feel like this question may be harmful. I don't think you should ask it. So if you'd like more information on that, you can let me know. But I don't think that the landlord should fill it out. And I don't think that the renter should fill it out. And I don't think you need that information. You might want to change it to something like, you know, max number of people intended for this unit, so that it's more abstract. Regarding the burden of filling out the forms, I don't know if you have filled out a rental application form lately, but I can assure you they are much, much longer. So I don't think there's any appreciable burden that this 3-page form is asking. So I would move past that or lower prioritize that kind of feedback. And in general, do I think that we need this? Absolutely. You may know that I'm a former computer scientist and project manager. I live off of data, literally made my living off of having enough information to make good decisions. And I can state with confidence that the city council will be better informed with this information. City staff will be better informed with this information. Landlords will be better informed with this information about how to stay competitive and how to fill any vacant properties. So we're looking out for you too. And then, of course, we think that people who will benefit the most are the renters who will have city support for any transgressions that may occur. So I think this is a good idea. I think what's proposed is a good idea. And that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rectal. Oh, Commissioner Aiken.
Thank you, Chair. I have one suggestion and then 2 privacy questions. The suggestion is, as a part of outreach and also for explanation to council, if you could explain why a given item of data is necessary and sufficient for a given goal. That would help people understand why you're asking what you're asking and why it's absolutely essential. 2 privacy questions. The section that struck me as particularly sensitive was tenancy information. It seemed like there were a number of ways that you could combine an address and, say, reason for vacancy that would yield unhappy results. So if you're looking for suggestions as to which sections might be removable, then depending on how you proceed with the first suggestion I made, the tenancy section is the one that I would target as being likely the most sensitive. Third, this form requests a lot of information, and some of it has to be updated pretty frequently. So again, as a computer person, I assume this leads to a design where you've got some kind of permanent account system. So when your consultants presumably set this up, propose this at some time in the future. The account system allows you to retain information so that incremental updates become easier. That's what you're going to want as tenancy changes, for example, or rents change. That presents a number of interesting cybersecurity issues because now you've got a database with a lot of information people would love to have. That's a target. So please take that consideration into account very carefully and consider what you can get by with simply aggregating rather than retaining the original information. That could help you with PRA request concerns as well. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we'll go to Commissioner Chang and then Commissioner Heckman and then Commissioner Liu.
Okay, I'll start by saying that I'm also supportive of this registry because I remember when the renter protections item came before the PTC, and it was really hard to make decisions on most of the items because there was no data about what the impacts would be. And so we could hypothesize about whether there would be positive or negative impacts. And that was why we had prioritized the rental registry as the highest priority, and also why the council came to the same conclusion. And I understand that there's a concern about the burden on landlords as well as the potential cost burden being passed down to tenants. But what I'm hearing from the public comments is that for the most part, the tenants are really excited about this. So despite any potential costs that might be passed down, they're not worried about it. And then when I look at the costs that are actually in question, based on the benchmarks, it looks like it was $40 to $200 per unit. So spread over the cost of a year, that's pretty low, given the relative amount of rent in the relative scale and of total rent in this area. So it seems like a reasonable price to pay for the information that we need to be able to effectively make decisions. Jumping into the form itself, I really appreciate the comments that Commissioner Aiken and Commissioner Templeton made. I had the same thoughts. And also, there's a section that seems a little bit potentially duplicative that maybe can be collapsed into one. I also wonder why we need it. So the amenities and services, rather than making somebody fill it out twice, maybe there's a way that the amenities and services under rental unit characteristics and then under rent information can kind of be collapsed into one. I'm also wondering why we need that information. I'm not saying that we don't, but I do remember, again, when that renter protection item came before us, that we wanted I remember that there were specific pieces of information that we really wanted in order to make certain decisions. And so again, that Commissioner Aiken pointing out that, we want to ask this question to be able to inform this type of policy is very helpful, because I could see that this rental unit characteristics piece being potentially very helpful, but also being very time intensive and maybe not that helpful. That said, there are things that I thought, if you are doing this section, there are things that I thought could be very valuable, particularly as we talk about green space and design and the size of units and what we're trying to incentivize in our code and in the housing element. So things like, does the unit have a balcony? Does it have a yard? Does it have a patio? Because in this area, we have a lot of single family homes, and whether, anyway, that affects the rent that people are paying. The rental unit size, being clear whether that's internal square footage versus things like the outdoor space. The year of last remodel, that's a vague, I think we're trying to get a sense of how old the unit is, but we need to be, clear about what we're asking for there. So any rental unit improvements, if I add a dishwasher, is that an improvement? So we need to be careful about what we're asking here to get the data that we want. Also, in prior discussions here on the PTC, we've talked about different types of housing that might start becoming more prevalent. So things like dormitory-like housing, where you have shared kitchen space, for example, but then separate living quarters. So again, I don't know how we would accommodate for some of these things, but just some thoughts as that might not fit so clearly into these boxes. Under the tenancy information area, with respect to the reasons for vacancy, I didn't know if the intent behind this was to understand whether this was a for cause or without cause. But maybe if we're tying it, if I understand correctly, part of the reason we're doing this is we're trying to understand whether rental protections should be activated. And so we might be able to ask the question in a broader way that doesn't have the negative ramifications that Commissioner Aiken was referring to. And then I'm kind of bouncing around here a little bit, but for rental property contact information, keep in mind that not all the owners are going to be individuals. They may be corporations. So it's that you need a contact person at the corporation. And then finally, under rent information, the second item says initial base rent amount monthly. And I'm confused what that's referring to. Is it the initial base rent amount for this lease, for this tenant? And what's the intent behind this? In other words, are we trying to make sure that the rent doesn't increase beyond a certain percentage, or to be able to calculate that from lease to lease? Or since the inception of the existence of this rental unit, but we need to be clear about what we want and then to be clear about what we're asking for. But it's probably an important data point to be really clear on. Otherwise, we're going to have garbage in, garbage out. And then again, there's another point that says additional non-optional charges and optional charges. I don't know what that is. And if I don't know what it is, then the landlord is not going to know what it is, and we're not going to know what we're collecting. So if we don't know what it is, either eliminate it or make it crystal clear with examples. And then I think that's about it for my comments. There might be a second round. Thank you.
Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. So I'm supportive overall of the rental registry, but I've got some concerns with some of the pieces that I see here. I want to, in a first round though, just ask a series of questions I have drawn from the staff report. So the first one is, what's staff's estimate of the number of rental units of all types in the city of Palo Alto?
The number of rental units that we have it's a running estimate, but it's over 11,400.
11,400. Okay, thank you. I know I believe in our municipal code that we require landlords to offer a 1-year lease up front. Does our code require them to offer a 1-year lease on renewal?
It'll take me a minute to check that.
Okay, I'll keep going. And although I think I'm going to have another one for you here. Come back on that one. We don't have rent control here, so I don't think that there is anything that would prohibit a landlord from passing on whatever cost is associated with this on to a tenant. Am I right there?
There isn't a specific provision in the ordinance that would specifically say it couldn't be. It's my understanding that it's possible to add something like that, but it'd be very difficult to enforce. So that's why it wasn't particularly added, but it is something that could be mentioned in the draft ordinance.
Well, I guess I'm glad it's not in there because I would question its enforceability since we don't control the rent. They can call it whatever they want, although I was thinking rather than spread it over the rent, if I have a new tenant coming in and I know my fee is going to be $220, I'm going to have a registration fee that I tack on right up front with the first rent payment. And I don't know that we can, because we don't have rent control, I don't know that we can stop that from happening. All right, next question. California Public Records Act. So our forum here is asking for the rent. What rent are you charging? What additional fees? That's financial information. I don't, and so I know that's not trademark information. Is it considered proprietary, or would it have to be disclosed in response to a Public Records Act request?
Our stance is it would be disclosed in response to a Public Records Act. Part of the standard for proprietary information that can be withheld is that it gains value from secrecy, for example. And, as commenters have mentioned, and as renters know, a lot of that information is publicly available and broadcasted very widely. So we find it hard to kind of say that the secrecy is the value of the information. So in general, we would not recommend, or we would generally disclose that.
Okay. And that was my feeling and so I want, I think that's something we have to be aware of, is that this is financial information. People consider it private, but anybody will be able to get it simply by asking.
If I can also note, we've confirmed that renewal of lease is also 1 year requirement.
It's a requirement that we offer a 1 year renewal.
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks. They don't have to take it, right? Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Commissioner Templeton was mentioning off mic, though, that the tenant doesn't have to take it. So that's useful to complete the picture. Thank you. All right, a process question. So it looks like the way this registry is going to travel, it's not coming back to us. It's passing through us now, and we won't see it again. It'll go to council eventually and be adopted. So I just want to plant a seed there, depending upon the totality of all the changes we come up with as a group, concerns we have, whether we might want to see it again. So we have drawn information in building the registry from, it looks like 6 other jurisdictions. I recognize all of them, and I don't know how many of them are really comparable to our market. But I'm curious about them and whether, in collecting data information, whether we got a sense where rental registry is in effect. Are we seeing any impacts on reduction of rental stock or increased costs that the commission should be aware of?
With the time that staff had available in these actually quite detailed interviews that we had with staff from other jurisdictions, we didn't ask that specific question because we were focused on other topics at the time.
Okay.
Just FYI, we do have 2 experts in the gallery here that I'm sure, if the chair would allow it, could answer those questions.
What if you have questions for someone in the room? That would be fine.
So
yeah.
Do you know who they? So we have 2 people. We have one person that has served on the rental committee in a neighboring city. That is Councilmember Emily Ramos, and we also have the chair of the renters group, Lauren Bigelow. So they both have probably a lot of information here.
That would be fine with me. And Ms. Bigelow also was working with the city doing an internship.
So yeah, I would. I'd love to hear that information. It may be that there's really no evidence one way or another, but you both have had more experience. Mountain View is one of the 6 cities we look to. And Ms. Bigelow, maybe you have some information on this. Yeah, my question for either of you, and if either of you had information, just approach the mic and reintroduce yourself, is are we seeing that these registries have an effect on rental stock, or now this won't be a Mountain View. Mountain View does have rent control. So I don't know that Mountain View would have data on passing the fees on because the rent is controlled there. But at least on the rental stock, what's your experience been in Mountain View?
I believe in one of the previous public comments that Edie Heating was saying, it took actually a long road to get to our registry. We actually had a registry after we got our tenant protection law. And there was a lot of mechanisms that kind of triggered why we kind of had to have it. Particularly an interesting situation happened. We have a Treo in Mountain View. There was a landlord that wanted to redevelop their property, and they turned in their paperwork and all that stuff. And then our Treo group our Treo staff, they're like, great. Now we need to let your tenants know that they're eligible for Treo. Can you give us their contact and all that stuff? And they're like, we have no tenants. And we were like, that's like a 10-unit property. What do you mean you have no tenants? We had rent control. You can't just kick them out. And we actually had no information on how to even do that. And so that was actually one of the bigger triggers for it, rather than our own rent control law. Our rent control law ended up allowing for that to happen. But as for the seeing trends and patterns, the problem is when we made it mandatory, it was in the middle of the pandemic. And so it was hard to really adjust that. However, what was really interesting is that we were able to take some of that data and connect it with the eviction data in the courts. So we actually saw the data from the courts, it's actually really difficult to get the data from the courts for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why. But we found that there were so many more evictions happening even outside of the courts. People were essentially self-evicting out. If you go through an eviction process, first the landlord sends your 3-day pay rent or quit. And then they go through the process of going to the courts. People just leave at that 3-day or pay or quit kind of thing. And they don't even get to that court one, which is actually where we get the most set data of. And that's what we saw when we started taking our rent registry. As for rent increases, we saw a decrease, but largely it was because pandemic. And then what was interesting is that we were able to start calculating vacancies, which also was a very important piece of data that we were kind of very curious about, because there's that question of how much housing do we need and how many of those units are actually vacant, and that the rent registry is actually an interesting, it was a bonus that you got from the rent registry. But as for data increases and pass-throughs, it was hard to see that. We might see it more as we get more data in the years past, as we get farther away from the pandemic.
Thank you very much, Councilman. That was my last question.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Liu?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm generally supportive of this too. I have a couple of questions / suggestions. I'm not sure if we can really substantively address these questions right now. I just want to kind of second some questions that Commissioner Aiken raised. So firstly, it's just about exactly how the data would be used. The data is obviously not useful to collect if we don't actually use it. And I mean, I would love an intuition from staff on, how much of this data will be used for better implementation versus policy development. What are some of the existing policies that we've been developing, on packet page 223, that would have substantively benefited or maybe even changed if we had certain kinds of data? I think color there would be really useful, just about the scope of the data we should think about collecting. So yeah, if that's something that staff could address, that'd be great. But yeah, realize I kind of want would love a comprehensive answer, and so could also potentially be taken offline or sent over to council. Does that make sense?
Are you asking staff?
Yeah, can staff give
Yeah.
some color on how the data would be used, whether it be used for implementation versus policy, and where it would have been useful so far? Where it would have been most useful so far?
Yep, Rebecca, maybe I can start off this. So this question that Commissioner Liu has raised came up when we went to the Policy and Services Committee about, what are the policy questions and how are we using this information? So we did kind of put it together a matrix that showed some of the policy questions that could arise and what would be the information category. And that's how we came up with this form, for instance. So one of the questions, policy questions, like what are the most frequent reasons for eviction in Palo Alto? And the information category that we came up with was tenancy status or event-based reports. So that kind of mapped along that line. We have several other policies but we do have a method to why we came up with this form.
Commissioner Liu, do you have more comments or questions?
On the privacy, just a suggestion, feel free to comment on this if you have extra context. It'd be interesting for staff to investigate ways that we could anonymize data after a certain retention period, potentially delay reporting of public records requests so it happens on 10 days, so it doesn't happen necessarily in real time. Potential ways we could notify people if there's a public records request on their specific property or where they live or things like that. I think those would be interesting ways to look into potentially ameliorating some privacy concerns. If there's anything that staff has looked into, I'd love to hear comment. If not, I can kind of move on to a couple of other comments.
Does staff have a comment on Commissioner Liu's
I
question?
can address a couple parts of it. I may need to be refreshed on sort of the first comment you made. In terms of deadlines on giving out information that's requested under the Public Records Act, there are fairly strict deadlines and the city is required to respond promptly. So a delay would not be something that the city could do. What another option could be to collect data on a delay if you wanted to have outdated data be released. But of course, that would have the consequence of working with outdated data, which is just kind of how the privacy conversation will go. The more we try to preserve the privacy and obscure the data, the harder it will be to analyze it. I think your first comment was about anonymizing it after the retention period completes. I don't think we've discussed that at all. I think it's difficult to logistically know how that will work. The retention schedules of all our records are, they're quite difficult to keep up with, and it's not something that's often a priority. So we'd be interested to hear if that is a priority from the commission or council. What was the last piece?
I think that answered it.
Okay, thank you.
It's not a priority for me. Would be curious to see how this evolves and if staff can think of any potential mitigations there. I just want to make a couple of quick comments on some other threads that were brought up. On ADUs, I could see why we would potentially want separate policies for ADUs for a variety of reasons, but as far as collecting data goes, I'm not sure there's a compelling reason to exclude ADUs from data collection. It's not clear that that would actually be a significant disincentive to actually building out ADUs or maybe even renting out ADUs, as long as the policies that come down the line make sense. I'd also just shout out a couple of things about privacy and costs. So I lived in Santa Monica for several years. We had a really robust rent control and also rental registry program. I could literally go on the website and look in real time what rent my neighbors were paying. And this was ostensibly fine. I know there were some like concerns in the past of like, oh, maybe this could provide opportunities for crime, or maybe this would be a significant privacy risk or like cause tenant discontent. And I don't really think that there's any clear, well, I don't have any clear experience that would suggest that's a problem. And I'm not sure if there's any clear external data that also suggests that's a problem. So I would generally discount the privacy, like some of the privacy concerns. I found the extra data actually quite useful. And yeah, also as far as passing costs on, I think that's also something we can't really avoid. Santa Monica actually allowed landlords to directly pass on half of the registration and rent control fees directly to the tenant. And so I paid those fees and it was fine because I felt like I got a lot out of them and it was a good value. And yeah, there's not necessarily any language I would suggest adding there. A couple of quick suggestions on data we could collect. I'm not sure if this would be useful, but maybe we could collect APN. That might make it easier to join with county data on like sales prices and even size and a couple of other things. I think going to a previous point on vacancies, I would be interested in potentially collecting more data on vacancies, like if it's off the market, like when it potentially might go on the market, or like when the last tenancy occurred. I think vacancy taxes could long-term be an interesting policy and an interesting thing to collect data on. On the evictions front, there are a couple of other pieces of data we could collect, like what portion of the security deposit was actually kept, or as a reason for eviction or vacancy, like whether the landlord is converting that unit to short-term rentals. Or there could also be other questions on evictions, like how long the eviction process actually took. And so, yeah, those are a set of comments from me, and that is all.
Thank you, Commissioner Liu. I believe Commissioner Rekdal is next.
Yeah, during the housing element, we had no data, right? We had no idea about affordability, rental affordability. We had no idea what kind of niches of renters we weren't serving. And so I do really strongly support this. I do have concerns. The privacy people have talked about, I agree with some very good points there. The other is cost. And when I look on packet page 27, it was saying that all but one city had 2 full-time equivalents supporting their RRP. That seems a lot. What would 2 people do full-time with the rent registry?
Thank you for the question. In general, well, there was one city that had one staff person as a percentage, and then the consultant team did everything. In addition, so there was an example of a city completely outsourcing aside from that person's portion of their FTE. Otherwise, people had more of a policy and program manager role. And then they also had more of an administrative day-to-day quality control, customer service person. So you could see with over 11,000 rental units, there would be need to have regular customer service and the quality control and checking all of the rent.
So the customer service would be landlords who were filling out the form and needed help?
Correct.
The key to this successful program is having participation. So there's ongoing outreach needs to be done. An example like Mountain View, they have videos of instructions on how to complete this registry. So there's a lot of time where there's collecting data and ramping up, but there's also the off time where you're kind of preparing for the on season when you're getting ready for this data to come in.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if 1% of the people need help, that adds up. If you're talking about thousands of rental units. So the staff report had, what was the limit? $40 to $200 per unit. Do we know where we're going to be in there? Do we have an estimate? Are we closer to 40, closer to 200?
Thank you for the question. The city's actively reviewing proposals for, the procurement of software and so forth. So we can't actually discuss cost information right now in that respect.
So do you think that what's the biggest cost? Is it going to be labor? Or is it going to be the software that we have to buy? Is it consultants? Where are we going to be spending most of our money?
Would you like to take that one, Shelton?
Yeah, so there's certainly the initial cost of trying to ramp up, implement, and launch this software program. There's the ongoing maintenance and licensing of the software, and then as we just mentioned about staffing, that's ongoing. So I would say probably staffing is going to be your biggest cost overall.
Okay. And
I'd also like to mention that the cost, any kind of cost recovery fee or participation fee is a process that would be set by city council. And there is a question out there about whether or not it would be full cost recovery or offset or something. That's something that's an active or, a specific point that would need to be discussed at council.
okay, and so for that cost recovery for like BMR units, would they have to pay the fee? Is that still an open question?
Let me check the ordinance, the draft ordinance for that.
Okay. And so also, well, anyway, you don't have to look it up. I would just recommend that BMR units do not have to pay. We really want to encourage BMR units in the city. And I think we should mandate that they collect data, but I don't see why they should pay the fee. And same with ADUs. I think we want to make it mandatory that we collect the data from ADUs. But again, we're trying to encourage ADUs. I won't want to charge the ADUs a registration fee. So from a cost recovery part, I'm willing to sacrifice there because I think the data is what we really want.
Thank you for that feedback.
Yeah, and that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the cost is really an administrative feedback, Rebecca, than in the ordinance. So we'll definitely take that in.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to go for a second round, but I'm going to sneak in yet because I haven't had an opportunity to. I do support this for all the reasons my colleagues have stated. This is just data we sorely need in the city. Probably nearly half or maybe more of our community are renters. So we really need this data. So I do support that. I am very impressed by how some of my colleagues can improve forms. That's not really my forte, but I am convinced that the form needs improvement. And I did have a question in the ordinance, the proposed ordinance. It's page 2 of the ordinance, 965-020 definitions E, which is packet page 219. So E says residential rental unit means any housing structure occupied as a dwelling or offered for rent or lease as a dwelling, blah, blah. The term residential rental unit shall not include attached bedroom of a landlord occupied dwelling where the landlord and renters share living facilities. Isn't that a JADU? I mean, or why would we, I'm just wondering why we would exclude that. I mean, it may not be a formal JADU, meaning that they may not have applied, but there's a lot of rental situations.
JADU is a completely separate dwelling with a separate kitchen.
Separate kitchen, that's right. But I mean, I'm not sure.
This is if you're renting your bedroom out or whatever.
Is that not something we would want? I'm just asking. I'm not sure what the thinking was on that because I think there are a lot of informal renting situations like that where people essentially share a house but rent out bedrooms. There certainly are in my neighborhood, which abuts Stanford University. So is there a legal problem or?
So if you could clarify my understanding of your question. I think you're referring to the last sentence in the draft ordinance E definition under residential rental unit. And the last sentence says, shall not include the attached bedroom of a landlord occupied dwelling unit. And so the intent is to not capture, someone renting out a bedroom within someone's overall home.
Okay. I mean, that's what it says very clearly. I was just wondering why that was not something we would want to capture, but.
The existing registry doesn't necessarily include those type of rental circumstances. And so the Policy and Services Committee recommended retaining the existing participation requirements in the existing registry.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. And then I think I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Commissioner Templeton and then Commissioner Chang, who wanted to speak again.
Thank you. Everybody has had such good comments tonight. This is a very collaborative process. I love this. I would say that the difference to Chair Suma's comments, I think the difference is if the owner is in the room sharing situation. So if there's 5 rooms in the house and the owner's occupying one of them, they don't have to participate, but that's going to be less common. So I think our net would be pretty broad. We wouldn't get them all, but I think that would perhaps explain the intent is that we're trying to reduce the burden on homeowners living in their own property. And then about the privacy thing, one of the products I have experience working on is a very popular web analytics tool. And we handled this separation of information. Sounds like you're going to get an app. The app probably already handles this well. But my suggestion as you evaluate the apps is that your information about the renter is on a completely separate account. So if Commissioner Aiken's comment was correct, and I suspect it was, of how it's going to look, you'll have a login for the landlord or their delegate, and you probably will want to have a separate login for any information about the renter so that you can keep those silos separate in case you do get an information request. So I leave that to our attorneys team to figure out how that might play out. You don't have to have an answer right now, but think about if you could satisfy the request with giving the landlord information or the rental unit information without giving the renter information. That's how you'd want to structure your database. Does that make sense? Okay. And probably your whatever form tool you get with the software will be able to combine the things. I liked Commissioner Chang's, Vice Chair Chang's information suggestion on how to combine those. Instead of having a checkbox, you could have 2 columns of checkbox, pay or included, right? Like you can accomplish that. Regarding the fees, ADUs, my goodness, don't we already collect like tens of thousands of dollars worth of fees from them? That should, like, this registration should happen at that same time that all those fees are collected. And whether it's a separate fee or not a separate fee, if it's getting built and getting approved, register it immediately. That's a process suggestion. There was something that Commissioner Liu asked that I wanted to address, but I don't remember at this point. So I will yield. Thank you very much for the second round.
Commissioner Chang.
Okay, I'll just start kind of where Commissioner Templeton left off. With respect to, I think there was somebody who suggested that we should exempt landlords who have 4 or fewer units, and I disagree with that. I think we need to collect all the information that we can get because we don't want to cut ourselves off at the knees with this. But depending on where our fees come out, because we don't know where they are going to come out, I think one option may be if we are getting a lot of feedback that the fee of, let's say it's on the higher end, $200 is for some reason cost prohibitive for a very small landlord, which I don't think it is given, again, the relative amounts for a fee versus rent in Palo Alto. But if it is, or if we somehow think that the fee itself is presenting a burden, we could always exempt, single unit owners from the fee or something like that, or make it a lesser fee. But we need to keep the penalty probably for all the reasons that have been mentioned today, both by public commenters and by commissioners. Question that I have about how this works in terms of the initial registration and then the subsequent registrations, because it's how often would somebody have to input their information into this system if they have the same tenant with an annual lease that's getting renewed? Because if I understand, so I'm going to have a hypothetical situation. So say initial registration is every January, but my lease, I'm a renter, and my lease renews every June. So, and every year there's a slight rent increase, and I have an annual lease. That slight rent increase, if I understand it correctly, triggers a change in event. And so that would trigger my landlord would have to go to the system and update. Do they then have to go again in January to re-update the information at the open period? Because of what I would hope we do is essentially say that a once a year update is good enough unless there's a change. So, because I would hate to see somebody have to go, twice a year when they have one tenant. I have my one tenant for 10 years. Why do I have to keep going in here? Everything's staying the same. All our system really needs is to track the fact that the rent has gone up every single year. And I would really hate for us to force the landlord to touch the system another time. That seems silly. The other question, so that's just, I didn't know how you guys were envisioning this. So that was just a thought that I had. And then also with respect to the fee, I think that it sounds like the fee is going to be collected annually. And so my question was, is it going to be collected annually or every single time that somebody needs to touch the system? So if I have a vacancy and then I fill it, and then I have a vacancy again because it was a short-term rental for some reason. They didn't want to rent it for the long term, or, so whatever it was. Or so am I going to get charged that amount every single time, or how are you going to administer that? So these are the questions I have looking at this annual process versus the event change. That's it for now. Thanks.
Yeah, just to add to that, the fee is annual. It's an annual fee.
I'm sure that's good, what everybody wants to hear. And then I think it's just a question of how to streamline it administratively so a landlord doesn't really need to go in if nothing's changed. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Heckman, then Commissioner Aiken, and then Commissioner Liu.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to start with my comments on the registration form and then go to the ordinance. So on the registration form, I appreciate this is going to be on somebody's computer. They're going to be looking at this. I think it needs to start with a statement from the city regarding the use of the information, privacy, confidentiality, and fees. We need some kind of preface, and I realize that this is an early draft, but I think it's really important some of the commissioners have talked about the importance of helping the people who are going to have to fill this form out understand why we're asking, what are we doing this for? So I think we can go a long way toward, slowing the whining if we give a good explanation up front that help them understand why this is going forward. Then I'm just working my way down packet page 230. We ask whether the owner is a Palo Alto resident. So, one other thing I think is every piece of data here is going to be entered 11,400 times a year. And maybe more in the circumstances that Vice Chair Chang was talking about. And then it has to be manipulated by staff who's gathering and collating data. So why is this important or relevant that we know that the property owner does or does not reside in Palo Alto? And if it's not important, let's get rid of it. Then we get a separate section for the property manager, and that was reminding me, when I go online and buy something, it says, where do you want it sent? And I tell them. And then it says, what's your billing address? Click here if it's the same, right? And then I don't have to fill it out a second time. So I would hope that you would do that here with this second category so that people don't have to manually put in the same information twice. And in the property manager, where they are different, again, why do we need to know if they're a Palo Alto resident? Down in rental unit characteristics, second category, total number of housing units at the property. I'm just wondering if we need to clarify, is that rental units? Like if I live in my house and I've got an ADU and I'm renting out the ADU, am I going to answer that question 2 or 1? So I think that should be clarified so that people don't give you the wrong answer. Let's see. Going to packet page 232. Okay, this will give something to talk about. So I'm going to recommend that we take out the information on security deposit, initial rent, and additional rent charges. When I think about this, I pay a mortgage, and the only person that has any business knowing how much I pay monthly is my lender. And I make income, and the only people that have any business knowing that information is the IRS and the person who writes my check. And I would think that tenants might feel the same way about somebody telling what they pay for housing, particularly in a situation like in this form where they don't even get to consent to the disclosure of the information, because we're just asking the landlord to tell them how much money does the tenant give you. So I have a concern about that. And similarly, we're asking landlords basically to disclose your income. And what we've learned from our city attorney is there is no way to protect that information. So we'll get 11,400 pieces of information like that, and somebody can come and collect all of it. So I realized that if there was a way we could do it and it could stay in the city so that it wasn't publicly available, then it might be useful in amalgamated forms. But we don't have that protection. So I don't think we should be collecting that information. I think that the privacy concerns outweigh the usefulness of doing that. And when I get to the ordinance, actually, the one suggestion I have is maybe it's okay if the rental information is supplied to us by the tenant, voluntarily by the tenant. Remember, this is required. The landlord is obligated by law to fill this out or pay a penalty if they don't. And so when I get to the ordinance, I'll talk about that. I liked, yeah.
Chair, can I interject real quick and I just want to ask a clarifying question. So the question is for staff, but to address your comment, are you asking those questions because part of the purpose of the rental registry is to check and see if the landlord is in compliance with the size that a security deposit can't be past certain multiple of rent? Is there a purpose to that other than just being nosy about their financial information? So I think that would help because, thank you.
Some of these questions, the topics themselves, there might be a suggestion of an option wheel here or a checkbox, the software, it doesn't necessarily need to recreate the wheel in terms of there can be easy ways of filling in this information and how best to phrase it can be further clarified and so forth and so forth. But yes, these topic information.
What it makes me think is, if that's the concern, for example, making sure the security deposit does not violate state law in its relationship to the rent charge, then you can ask the question that way. Is your security deposit more than 2.5 times the rent, or whatever the number is, on a monthly basis, right? You can ask that. You can ask, is your rent increase more than whatever that number is that's allowed by state law, without requiring them to disclose the rental figures? And so,
or you can ask them to enter it but not store the information. You could check that in the user interface.
well, I'm not sure how that, again, if the dollar amount is delivered to the city, it's a public record that
it doesn't have to be delivered to the city. You can calculate that in the web browser.
Okay, so I'm not clear how that would work, but this is my concern. I mean, I'm open to other solutions. I did like, I think it was Vice Chair Chang's idea to collapse the next two boxes on 232, right? I mean, these things are either included in rent, or additional fee, or not provided. And so maybe, right? Yeah, right. And so I think there's a way to do that. Again, it makes less work, less cost. And then the last thing, and this is something Commissioner Templeton raised, number of people in rental unit household. There may be some legal issues in that. And I'm wondering if the better, and this is kind of paraphrasing what I think Commissioner Templeton said, what if you change that to maximum number of occupants allowed by lease? Right? Because I think a lot of leases say you can have no more than 2 people or 6 people or whatever it is. And maybe that's as much information as we need, or can lawfully get. So those are my comments on the form. On the ordinance, which started on packet page 218. In 219, we have the statement of purpose. And while it's clear from the context later on, I think in our purpose statement, the purpose is to adopt a rental registry program for the city of Palo Alto. I think it should say residential rental registry program. Again, it's clear from the context later on, there is references to resident, but in the statement of purpose, I think that's a good place to announce it. So that's a pretty simple one. On packet page 220, let's see, section 965-030C2. The city manager or designee has the authority to request landlords to provide any information which may help achieve the intended purpose of this chapter. So that really concerns me. That's a very broad statement. And we're already just the 7 of us debating what information the city should be asking in a form. And to think that city manager or designee can go off the menu and maybe not ask every landlord the same question, that concerns me. And so I think that there's a risk of unequal treatment there. And for example, we could agree, and the council could agree, we're not going to ask financial information. But the city manager, if it doesn't prohibit him in the ordinance from asking that, he can ask it. So I really think there needs to be, I think we got to stick to the menu, and there needs to be some public process to revise the menu. Now, maybe it doesn't have to go back to council. Maybe there's a zoning administrator hearing or something where tweaks can be made to the form. But I really am concerned about that. Next section, event-based registration amendment. So I have the same concern that Vice Chair Chang had here, and that actually, when you look through this, if you don't have a solid tenant who you have year after year, there were years where you will do this 5 times. 5 times, right? Increase in rent, new tenancy, vacancy or eviction. You're going to do one or the other, and then offer a 1 year, right? And that's too much. And again, it is like 4 or 5 opportunities for a landlord to forget, be subject to a penalty. And I just think it's unnecessary. I think it should be done once annually. And what I was thinking, and here's really where the tenant could come in. What if we, instead of doing it this way, we obligate it in the ordinance, we obligate the landlord to give the tenant, every tenant, a notice that says, hey, tenant, we have a rental registry and you have the right to provide us information anytime there's an increase in rent. You know, if you're evicted, you can tell us your rental, basically give them an opportunity to participate and obligate the landlord to give them this notice, which would be a form that, you know, a notice that the city would design. So that way, I think you can get some of this information where a tenant feels it's important, because really part of what we're looking for here is if the tenant feels like they're not being treated properly in their housing situation, this would give them an outlet to do that. So that's the thought I had there. Let's see. Top of page 221, fees. Fees set by city council. So your staff report says that the cost would not exceed cost recovery, right? But the ordinance doesn't say that. The ordinance doesn't say that. And so I think if that's the plan, the ordinance needs to say that, you know, the fees set by council, but in no event, you know, greater than cost recovery. And when you're talking about cost recovery, now we have to start thinking about, well, if we're going to exempt certain groups like BMRs, right? Well, let's say we've got 100 BMRs and we're not going to charge them, but you know, that's a $10,000 cost annually. Are we now spreading that around everyone else? So it's not really cost recovery for those units, it's cost recovery for the overall program. So I think that has to, we have to give some thought about that.
If I can make a quick comment.
Yeah.
The fee section does say for the sole purpose of reimbursing the city of Palo Alto for the reasonable costs of maintaining the records and related administrative systems. So there is a tie in there to the cost of the program.
Well, okay. I guess I was feeling that language is a little loose compared to the more clear language in the staff report. I was feeling comfortable in the staff report. Okay, let's see. We've already talked about the privacy section because financial information is neither trade secrets nor proprietary. So in the penalty section, these are my last comments. I'm sorry, this is taking a while. First of all, this needs to be limited to cost recovery too, if that's our plan, which is what our staff report says, but the ordinance doesn't. Unless I missed it again. No. An amount to be determined by ordinance or resolution. So, but the real concern I have here about the whole penalty concept is the noticing, right? We've got 11,400 forms that need to be turned in. We don't have that many landlords because a lot of these are multi-unit, right? But you know, maybe we've got 1,000 landlords in Palo Alto, and I don't think it's fair to penalize one of them if they didn't know that they were supposed to do this. So how are we going to make sure that they know that they're supposed to do this before we penalize them for the first time? I mean, once they're in the system, then I don't have an issue. But it's really, I think we got to get some thought to that initial noticing provision. How many letters are we going to have to send out to people to tell them, hey, you know, even if you're just renting out your ADU in the back, you're part of this program. And that needs to be a good cause if for some reason they didn't get the notice. And so that's going to be kind of a slippery slope, but I think it's a concern I have with the penalties. So thank you for indulging lengthy comments.
Sorry if I just have the opportunity to address a couple of questions that you had, Commissioner Hackman. So we were thinking definitely about what the city manager has or the authority. We were thinking kind of prior to all of this, that potentially we could run additions or deletions of questions to the Policy and Services Committee, or maybe just housing ad hoc if that goes on. I don't know how long that will go. So that could be an opportunity for the commission to consider. And then, you know, for sure about penalties and such, that we intend to have a kind of soft rollout of the program. So we definitely want to do a lot of outreach. This will require a significant amount of outreach to get people to participate. So we're definitely understanding we're not going to out of the gate just start penalizing people for not participating.
Commissioner Aiken?
Thanks. I think my concern was covered earlier, so I'll pass.
Thank you. Then Commissioner Liu.
I'll just come back with a couple of more thoughts on data fields that may be worth collecting as a kind of throwing it out there for further evaluation and not a clear suggestion. I was looking earlier at the LA County rental registration ordinance, and they collect fields on whether there are children under 18, whether a tenant has a disability, whether a tenant is a senior. And these feel like very useful. This feels like really useful data to collect as a policy objective and understanding impact to seniors or schools or people with disabilities. But I also understand it's a particularly acute privacy concern. So I'm not exactly sure how they navigate that. It would be data worth collecting, but maybe not if there isn't a privacy mitigation available. Also, I'm not sure if tenant safety is a serious concern or like policy topic, but there could also be fields on like whether carbon monoxide detector is available, whether fire extinguisher is available, things that ostensibly are required, but not obviously like always followed. And also one potential field on the payments and rent information. It could be useful to collect data on the kind of initial terms of the rent and the kind of discounts that may have been applied. During the pandemic, a lot of landlords and properties were offering several free months of rents or other kind of abstract sweeteners so that they could keep the base rent high as a kind of backhanded way not to have to increase the base rent later and potentially run into issues there. And that may not be a significant issue, but could be data that we consider collecting. And beyond that, I'll just throw out a couple of comments. I generally disagree on the privacy risk of collecting the rental amount and the security deposit. I think, seemingly a lot of jurisdictions find ways to mitigate the privacy impact. And I think the privacy impact is a little bit abstract. There is already public data on, the purchase price of someone's home. You can back out mortgage information, the monthly payments there. There's a lot of data that we would leave on the table and a lot of potential policy outcomes that we couldn't really evaluate if we kind of obfuscate the rent and security deposit into questions like what percent was the rent increase, or what was the multiple of the security deposit compared to the rent, things like that. So yeah, just some thoughts I wanted to shout out.
Thank you. Doesn't look like staff has a response, so thank you for that. And then we'll go to Commissioner Templeton.
Thanks. I know we all want to stay late and talk about rent, but you guys are all bringing up great questions. So I want to thank Commissioner Heckman and Commissioner Liu especially for those recent comments. And I wrote some notes, and I remember the other thing I wanted to talk about. So first thing is question to staff. Are we concerned about compliance from people who've built illegal units? Yeah. Okay. You don't have to answer. I think that's something for you to consider. So write that down in your notes, and we can talk about that later. I think, Commissioner Heckman, we only need to fill in the unit information once. So at the renewal point, you're not doing most of this form. You're only doing a portion of this form. So it is minimized in terms of effort. Utility setup. We can send some of these renter informations out during when they turn on their utilities. So Commissioner Liu, to address your question about safety. You can have that in the letter, and that also addresses something that Commissioner Heckman was bringing up earlier, and to make sure people know their rights. So, and then county data and other data. So to get some of the metadata that Commissioner Liu was talking about, we can get that from all sorts of available data sources, like the county voter registration data will tell you someone's age, sometimes their gender, their nationality before they registered to vote, and whether they're registered resident of Palo Alto. So I'm not sure some of these we have to ask for. We can, if we need to run a report and get some aggregate data without having to ask people that information, we can get it from that. So, so county data and utility data will give you some of that information. I don't know how much of the property information you can get from the county. Only if they're renting a single family home would you really get that information. I think sometimes the records on apartment buildings that aren't good, but might be helpful. And there was one more thing, and now my mind is blank. Oh, about the fees. So I agree with Commissioner Liu. I don't love the idea of publishing and publicizing those kind of what it costs for my house. But as a single family homeowner, it's out there, and I'm not sure that has been an undue burden. And so I'm not sure it would be an undue burden on the renters to be able to say, this was my security deposit and this was my rent. And what's more, I think, in fact, it would be very liberating for that kind of information to be available in the registry to see, for people to see who's being fleeced, because I sure would want to know that. So those are my thoughts as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Rectal?
Yeah, I understand the privacy concerns, but knowing the price that you pay both for the down payment or the security deposit and the monthly payment, that's absolutely essential. Yeah. We need to know who are we not serving, and by knowing what rent is, we can see what classifications, what thresholds are not being served by the city. So I understand the privacy issue, but that's the public benefit far outweighs any privacy issue.
Thank you. I believe that rents are broadly advertised, so I don't know why that's so private, but I think I see no more lights. I'm not sure if anybody has any other comments or questions. Oh, yes. Commissioner Aiken.
Thanks. I want to follow up on something you just said. So you may be aware of the controversy from last year about a product called YieldStar, where people were trading proprietary rental information in order to collude to set rents to higher levels. So things like rents, deposits, and so forth were managed under the table that way. So making that information public eliminates that problem. So for what it's worth.
Interesting. Thank you. So I guess we will be looking for a motion at this point. And I am thinking, I don't know what staff feels about their timing, but I am thinking there were so many very specific comments that I thought had merit about the form itself. And I think forms are very hard. I don't know if this body would like to see the form come back again. I think Commissioner Heckman might have mentioned that. So. And the ordinance, Commissioner Heckman mentioned. Would that work with staff's scheduling?
I mean, our direction was to try to launch something by the end of the year. So it is, quite tight as it is. So the form, I think, is separate from the ordinance. And there's not really an issue, I think, with coming back and tweaking that with the commission. But the ordinance, maybe is there a way that we could get some direction on the ordinance? I think so we can reconcile that with the HRC and just bring everything forward to the council.
I think it's my feeling, we'll find out from my colleagues, but it's my feeling that we could do that tonight and that it might be good for the form to come back. I thought they were very thoughtful comments about the form. I kind of look at forms and I'm like, yeah, I don't want to fill this out because I have no idea how to fill them out because I always think the questions aren't precise enough. So, Commissioner Templeton?
Yeah, I was planning to try and take a stab at making a motion.
Okay.
But we have a little bit of discussion that we need to have first, it sounds like. So I would love to know, I thought Commissioner Heckman's comments were very good. He could repeat them and we could hear anyone else who had comments on the ordinance. Did you also have some? Chair Suma?
Oh, no.
No. Okay. So could you raise your hand, just straw poll if you have comments on the ordinance? Okay. So it's just you. And then on the form, I'm going to tell you, since they're going to be developing it in the software, it's really pointless for us to give them more feedback. We don't need to see it again, in my opinion, because they can't produce it in the way it's going to look. So what if we ask them to come back with it after you've chosen your software and can mock it up? Is that too far in the future?
I think we'll have to think about that a little bit.
Well, who's going to give you feedback on that form once you've mocked it up to see that it complies?
Yeah, I think that we're kind of into phase 1 of 2 of the project. So phase 1 is getting the ordinance through, and phase 2 is like, let's deal with the software and these questions. So
if you want that ordinance, we're going to have to agree on when we get to see the form again.
Yeah,
because it's all going to be in one motion.
Yeah, I mean, our plan is hopefully, knocking on wood here, to get to the council in August with the contract, right, with the vendor. So I mean, that's, I think, if we want to maintain our schedule.
Yeah.
That
So
may change.
What we'll do is we'll give you guidance on what we want to forward to council for the ordinance, and we will ask you, once you've chosen the software, to come back as you're developing the form to get some input at the nearest it's not, we talked a lot about it tonight. We're not going to talk a lot about it when you bring it back. We just want to see it and see if there's any final optimizations, because we've given you a tremendous amount of feedback, right? Is that something you're comfortable with?
I think that'll work.
Okay. So if Commissioner Heckman wants to kick it off with his ordinance comments, you can make the motion and I'm happy to second it, or I can just say what he said.
Please, if you have a motion to make. Proceed.
Well, I'm concerned that about trying to do this on the fly, because I provided the comments on the ordinance, and some of them, and they're not like word changes. Some of them are concept changes, like, not giving the city manager or designee authority to collect whatever information they want. And so I'm having, and we heard some, comments from staff about, well, how we might be able to, fold in some kind of process for that. But we don't know what that is now.
Okay. When does it go to council?
So did they know when they want to get it to council? I have a suggestion to make. Why don't we vote? The ordinance is not very long, and you had several, I would say, not a huge number of substantive changes. I don't think we need to vote on adding the word residential rentals. And why don't we vote on those? And then I think one by one, there's just like 3. And then we can form a motion based on that. Or alternatively, you can make your motion with your changes and we can amend it. Either way, I think
it's a good suggestion, and I'm not sure that we need to separate them. I think really the issue is that Commissioner Heckman likes to provide word by word direction, and this is not that scenario.
Yeah, not always. A lot of times in these ordinances, we'll give staff just direction to, reshape it a certain way, and that's fine. Here, I'm just worried that it might be too vague. So let's do it this way. Let me try a motion. Let me see if there's a second, and then we can ask staff if it's sufficient that they feel like there's, kind of firm direction, or it's too vague, and we can try to tighten it up. All right.
And what he means, I think I'm going to clarify here. What he's saying is, will you have enough to take it directly to council without having to come back here? Or do you think it's vague enough that you have to come back for another chance?
Right.
Understood. Thank you.
Right. Yeah. Because the goal would be to give you enough direction through our motion that you don't have to come back, because then you can keep your schedule. Okay. So
So you make a motion on part number 1, which is the
well,
ordinance.
no, I'm going to do the whole thing.
You're going to do
I'm doing the whole thing, right? It's a multi-part. And before I do that, let me just understand, staff is asking for, actually, you're only asking today for a recommendation on the ordinance go forward and just feedback on the form. And so we've given you our feedback on the form. That doesn't need to be any part of the motion.
Only thing about the form. The only motion relevant part of the form is that they need to bring it back when they've mocked it up in the new software.
Okay. All right. So maybe we could do you want to just do that first? Because it's really separate.
Yes.
Okay. Will you make that motion?
I move the staff recommendation that we have provided feedback and that staff bring it back when they have the chance to mock it up in whatever software they pick.
Second.
Thank you.
So can I just speak to that a little bit?
Sure.
Okay, so I think that for the most part, we did have different opinions a little bit on site privacy, but for the most part, I'm hoping that you got enough. You could sense sort of like the general direction of the feedback for most of the items. And so if there are questions, then you can bring those questions back when you come back to us. Does that work? Do you feel like you got good enough feedback?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we do. Thank you.
The one comment I would have is make it really precise language, because it makes it hard to fill out a form when you don't know exactly what they're asking. And also, it makes it harder for us to interpret the data.
So I believe we should take the vote on that first part. Ms. Dow?
Yes. Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
Commissioner Rectal,
Yes.
Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you for that. Okay. You're up, Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. I will recommend, I move that the PTC recommend to City Council the adoption of the draft rental registry program ordinance, adding PAMC Chapter 9.65 in the form of Attachment A with the following modifications. In the purpose section of 9.65.010, add the word residential before rental registry program. In 9.65030C, two and D2 provide more of a process for requiring information that is not required through the registration form to prevent unequal treatment of different landlords. And in section 9.65030, D, the event-based registration amendments, give some consideration to whether some modification of this potentially repetitious process can be designed so that you don't necessarily have to do the annual registration if you have, recently done one or more of these other updates along the lines that Vice Chair Chang had commented on. In sections 9.65030 F and 9.65050A, revise the language to provide greater clarity that the fee will be limited to cost recovery. And in 9.65050, the penalties section, I suppose consider adding to subpart B some reference to lack of receiving notice being good cause for a waiver of the penalty. Well, first time. Yeah. Right. Notice of the existence of the program requirement is what I'm talking about. So that would be a first timer's waiver. That would be the motion.
I second.
Can I make a couple of comments or amendments? Couple of quick thoughts. I'm not sure if you're like screen sharing or like copying down the exact language. So like, correct me if I didn't get this right, but on the comment on making sure that we do not treat landlords unequally, I think we don't want to take that too far in the sense that we could consider lower fees for small landlords or below market rate units or ADUs. And I think if we take that too strictly, that could kind of constrain us there. And so maybe there's some language amendment.
What about like to prevent abuse of power?
Yeah, like don't be arbitrary and capricious. Like I know that's a legal loaded term, but like, something like that.
The lawyers are laughing, Commissioner.
Yeah. And and I guess another comment is just when phrasing the fees to be entirely related to the cost recovery, I think there is some room for like, the penalties to be actually have the punitive intent. And so if we say it's only related to cost recovery, we don't want to like bind in the ordinance like, oh, we can only charge like a $5 penalty because like the program is otherwise neutral and like it doesn't actually collect offset the cost of the program as a penalty, for instance. I would also shout out that
Hold on. Can you let Commissioner Heckman respond?
Yeah, thank you. So your first comment on unequal treatment, recognize that the change I am suggesting is to specific provisions which allow the city manager to gather additional information. So it doesn't really relate to, so in other words, you turn in your form, the city manager calls you up and says, yeah, I'm just kind of curious whether you have any disabled people in your rental unit.
Or what's your mother's maiden name?
Yeah, or right. So it's additional information. That's what I'm concerned about, is that if we're requiring information, it should be, everybody should be required to give the same information. And that's my concern with the language here, is it would allow the city to ask.
No, that's not about fees.
Off the menu and not to everybody. So I'm hesitant to modify that concept because it's already limited to just requests for additional information.
I have a suggestion. Why don't we strike 2? Why should a city manager or their designee be able to follow up what everybody is required to fill out with a individual additional question?
Yeah, well, I think, and I've seen kind of similar provisions. I think the idea here is we need a little relief valve that right, this is a form that's going to go to council for approval, and we're going to learn as we go along and maybe realize we missed some things, and we don't have to go back to council for every nit. And so I think the concept here is a good one, that we should have a lesser process. And my only point here is that we should have a process rather than the individualized determination of the city manager. And I think staff gets that from my motion. And so I think they can build something. Commissioner Liu, your second concept on cost recovery, I in my work, I represent a lot of people in code compliance. And the way cost recovery works is the staff we have sitting here, they actually have an hourly rate that basically their salary and benefits broken down. And when they have to deal with a code enforcement issue, that's a charge to the person who has violated the rule. And so there is no scenario here where somebody's only going to get charged $5. It's going to be at a minimum a few hours of staff time, and so it's going to dwarf the fee. Which and I think part of the punitive nature is kind of present in that, because if I just do this and pay the $220 fee and follow the rules, I'm done. But if I don't do it, and staff spends 5 hours chasing me, now I've got a $700 fee, which is 3 times what I would have paid if I just played by the rules. So I think that will have the effect of.
So you're not accepting other districts?
Correct.
Okay.
Long way. Yeah.
Okay.
But you had another one, Commissioner Liu?
Oh, you mentioned requiring or asking landlords to forward some notice to renters. And maybe that's not concrete language here, but a suggestion for staff to explore.
Yeah, so I was proposing that as an alternative to the repeated event-based registration amendments. And I didn't really hear a lot of support for that alternative. So instead of including that, I followed the Vice Chair Chang's thought process of seeing if staff can streamline that a little bit. That is part of the motion. Yeah, the streamline think about if there's a way to streamline subpart D of 965030.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. It's good to confirm that is kind of in scope of that. So I feel good about that.
Okay, so
then I guess if I don't need to speak any further to the motion, I'd like to know if staff feels that the motion gave it sufficient direction that they can take the ball and run.
Yeah, I think it did confirm with my team, and we understand it. Thank you.
okay, I think you have not accepted those amendments. Are there any other amendments or comments at this time? Do you have your?
Yeah. I had the same reaction as Commissioner Liu about the cost recovery for the penalty waiver, or for the penalty. If it is going to be $700 of staff time, we certainly aren't going to charge $700. So is this even necessary?
I think we are going to charge $700.
You're saying that we should, are you saying that the cost recovery is a maximum or minimum or?
No, what I'm saying is when you get into a violation situation, staff is required to actually track their time to deal with that violation, right? So we're going to have these 2 people, they're going to be working, most of the time on administering the ordinance and managing the information. But now they're pulled aside from that work to go chase Bart, who's a delinquent landlord, right?
Okay.
And they're going to be asked to track their time specifically chasing me.
Okay.
And then I get charged for that. That's the cost recovery.
Okay.
So the nuance here in the question that Commissioner Rectal asked is that a cap? Or are we required to charge someone the entire cost of the recovery?
Oh, no, it wasn't. Well, it wasn't intended to, it was required to, my proposal is it's a cap.
Okay.
Right. Thank you.
Cost recovery, in the way I see it, fees and penalties are totally different things. Fee would be cost recovery, and penalties are set in a penalty schedule and would be determined differently. And there is a minimum actual for a misdemeanor, which is most things not following the municipal code. And staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I wouldn't think that recovery has anything to do with a penalty schedule.
My motion suggests that it does. In this instance, that the penalty is cost recovery for the cure of the violation.
What is your intention by tying it to cost recovery is the question.
That we not have unless we're going to establish a penalty, $1,000, $500, $10,000, whatever, then I think, and again, I'm coming from the staff report. The staff report said the penalty would be cost recovery. And to me, that makes sense. I'm not a fan of municipalities fining their citizens. And so here, if delinquent Heckman is costing the city $700, then he should have to pay them the $700.
Well, we heard from one of the public commenters that this penalty was required in order to get high level of compliance. So I think it needs to be there. How it's done, the schedule, all that's not specified in the ordinance. You're giving it a boundary. And that's why I'm okay with it.
Yeah, the boundary, and the boundary I'm suggesting is the one that staff is implicitly suggesting in the staff report.
Right.
It just didn't make it into the ordinance.
Okay, could staff clarify how they would like to handle cost recovery vis-a-vis fees and penalties?
My understanding is that the reason it was stated that way in the report was to cover some kind of $25 fee for processing. That's the cost recovery piece of it. Whereas the city has an administrative penalty schedule that charges, has flat rates for penalties. So we don't actually track cost recover staff's time on an individual basis for each case. We don't do that.
So what's going to happen if I violate this ordinance? Okay. And you find out I didn't send in, I forgot, and I didn't forget. I just didn't think I needed to do it. And now you had to come catch me. And so do we know what the fine is according to the schedule?
The penalty fee for a rental registry program hasn't been set in that ordinance because it's something that would go before council as part of the overall fees and so forth. So the ordinance was written in the way that it was to actually allow for the council fee setting process and so forth. Separately, we can speak to the information that was in the RFP for the rental registry and staff specifically. Well, staff became aware of the ability for software to, have a CRM. And basically, if an annual registration or some other thing wasn't actually submitted or paid or something like that, the system can actually automatically notify people and automatically assess a penalty fee and things like that. So there are definitely things that we've asked for, and we're that information and that request was in the request for proposals.
Okay. So let me I'm going to suggest for the second.
Can I have a follow-up question?
Oh, yeah, I was going to pull it off the table, but if
Oh, no, I mean, at first I was suspicious of it, but I kind of like it because if someone violates it and is cooperative, they get a smaller penalty. If someone's not cooperative, then it ramps it up and it's much cleaner way. But you were saying for code enforcement, this is common.
But I think I'm learning from the city that may be true in the jurisdictions I work in, but I can't work in Palo Alto, and it's not true here.
That's correct.
They do it.
I'd suspect that person by person fees would be a little bit of a mess. Like, if they're like 500 people that are compliant, having to track like exactly how much to charge each person. It's like, I would give staff the flexibility to figure out an appropriate fee that is reasonable, but also gives good incentives. So
If I may, I'm not sure that this financial matter is before us.
Well, it is generally not in our purview. I was just sort of trying to describe, and I think staff agreed
the
with
answer,
me,
yeah.
the way penalty schedules are set up. And actually, I do believe staff has flexibility to not charge the penalty on the first violation across the penalty board because they often do that, I've noticed. And that's because they, like Commissioner Hagman, they don't like to fine the citizens of the city unless it's necessary. So I don't think we need to worry about that tonight, but I don't think we should marry it to the cost recovery concept in the fee.
I agree. I think he's sold. So let's stop. Let's take yes for an answer.
Yeah, so I'd like to modify my seconded motion to remove the cost recovery limitation from 9.65050A, where I had
accepted.
Okay. So staff follow that? Yeah, and to speak to my modification, I think I read too much into the staff report comment in that regard, and I agree that the setting of penalties is not PTC work. That's for the that's for the council, and that's what subpart A says. It's the penalty will be set by the council by ordinance or resolution. So I'm okay with that.
Does the seconder want to say anything?
It's time to vote.
Okay. Okay, everybody's ready for a vote, so call a vote.
Okay. Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Liu,
yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
motion carries 7-0.
Yay, yippee. Okay. So that completes that item. And we'll go on to, I think we have minutes. Do we have minutes? Yes. Okay, so we have approval of draft verbatim and summary minutes from April 26th. And if you were not here, you have to abstain. So can I get a motion? Okay, I was here, so I will make a motion to approve the minutes on summary and draft verbatim minutes from April 26th.
Second.
Thank you. And unless anyone wants to talk about that, we'll just vote.
I don't recall whether I was here that day.
Just need the vote, please.
Okay. Chair Suma,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Abstain.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
motion carries 6-0-1.
Thank you so much. We're almost finished. We just have comments and reports and whatever.
I need to give about an hour of comments and reports. I'm just kidding.
Commissioner questions, comments, announcements, or future meetings, which we already know. Thank you. So does anyone have anything to report or comment on?
I would like to ask, are we going to have a summer break? We'll have to decide tonight. We can decide next time. But that week that school starts, it's crazy. So I'll probably be absent then, but I'll send an email to Veronica.
What's the date?
The 1st August.
1st August, August 9th.
Yeah, August 9th.
8, 9. I'm generally not in favor of this, what I consider a nouvelle trend of the PTC having a summer break in general. But if people
Man.
want it, if a majority of you want to have a break, that's fine. I would think that we would want to coordinate it with Ms. French because she may know when we have a natural break in our schedule.
She's taking a break too.
Who, me? A break? Yeah, maybe. I mean, if you would like to, as a commission, look at a specific date, such as August 9th, I'm not opposed to targeting a specific date and, because then you all can plan some vacations around that date.
Well, I think more importantly, we want to make sure that we have the full commission on things that you plan. So I guess if everybody just says when they're going to be absent. But
that would help. Yeah. So far, we don't have anything specific for August 9th.
Yeah, we have June and July. We have some absences. I guess I better get on that planning stuff. So, all right, thanks.
So I would say as a new vote commissioner, that I'm okay with taking a summer break. I think at least once and maybe twice, we did target that particular first week of school. And I don't feel like, we suffered in the balance of the year for doing that. So I'm happy to attend, but I would support, taking that one off.
I will be hopefully out of the country, so you can write that down.
Commissioner Chang?
Okay, I don't want you to throw rotten fruit at me, but I do need to give an update because it was a really busy month for City Council regarding PTC business. So after we all did the housing element together, then the next week it was some ordinance changes related to ADUs, which came before the PTC, I think 6 to 8 different meetings, depending on how you count. And so that passed at the City Council. It's, everything from the HCD letter comments to basements and privacy and corner lot incentives and all of that. It all passed with a couple of things. I just thought you guys would want to know how it all shook out. You might remember the recent discussion that we had about the entryways for ADUs and JADUs and should they face the street or not, or face the same direction as the main unit. And so council actually decided to say, except on corner lots where feasible. So they decided to use the where feasible language, even though it's unenforceable. But that's what they decided. And then the only thing that, unfortunately, this is my editorialization. They are sending affordable ADUs back to us again. Even though Director Late tried mightily, as did Garrett, to tell them that this has been thoroughly investigated and we've beat the horse and beat it some more. So we'll see, but Director Late also was very clear that the priority is to spend staff time implementing the housing element, and there is no deadline or timing with respect to when this comes back to us. So I thought you would all enjoy that little nugget. And then the happy news is that the following week, the firearms, the changes to the ordinance regarding firearms was moved to the consent calendar and approved 7-0. So those are my updates.
Thank you so much. Would anyone else like to share anything? No? Okay, well, excellent meeting. Thank you very much. And Meeting adjourned.